YouTube. And while that's going, we'll load up the game. But yeah, so where we're going to be picking up is we've got the challenge run we've been running here. Oh yeah, and we have a whole bunch of people lurking. Thank you so much for lurking as well. And Mayonri, welcome in. But we've been doing this challenge run that this looks like a pretty nice looking little colony here. But if we hit the pollution filter here, it's pretty awful. It's pretty terrible outside. That we have all that red is pollution. It's awful. It's terrible. It's a bad time. So we've got that. And on top of that, we are in a swamp hill. So that means all that red, blue, yellow, and all that, I cannot build anything that requires any weight. So that means wood walls and that kind of nonsense. So it's a very awful place. That said, we have been slowly cleaning it up and making progress. We don't have a specific ending we have in mind. I'm probably going to do the anomaly ending just because I enjoy it. And then I might go from the anomaly ending and just seeing where we want to go from there. And Seji Cookie getting their 200 stream streak. Catching the last 200 streams without missing a single one, which is absolutely absurd. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. And I do hope you have been enjoying the stream. Congratulations on your 450 points. Holy heck, is that Alanoramas? No, I haven't seen the holy heck one before. That's a good one. Alright, so we are doing pretty good. We are living very heavily on the Panaxilin, however you pronounce it, because we are in a tropical swamp tile, and what that means is we have an absurdly high rate of diseases happening on this colony, and man, I've lost track of how many diseases we've prevented with that stuff. I know we've prevented at least like 4, maybe 5 instances of malaria, you know, and a whole bunch of awful stuff. And what I'm doing now is because I see the limestone is on the outside of the wall here, I know here I can peel back the wood layer here and replace that with limestone until we get around here. But yeah, so I've got the moisture pumps working to clean this up. We are slowly trying to pick up all of the mud area to give me more room to grow stuff and build and all that. I've also got a bunch of the pollution pumps around here somewhere. I think that's a pollution pump. No, where's the pollution pumps? Yeah, so we got the pollution pumps going here to slowly give me areas that we can live, and all that stuff. Okay. Yeah, so we are trying to slowly work on making our perimeter better. Give ourselves some better defenses to work with. We also have our invisibility detection set up. So anything inside our perimeter, like we've only got like a gap here in the middle that something could hide. Which, because it's so small that like when a revenant broke out, it came over here and tried to hide down here. Which was nice and easy because we just flared that area and got it. I think we even got it on the first flare. It's either first or second. But it's just one of those things that makes life really easy when you get all that coverage. The downside is it does mean you're putting a bunch of power into something that may not actually be doing anything, but that's not that big a deal. And you're still pulling up steel. That's fine. I don't know if we're going to keep this elephant around. I'm pretty mixed on it. If we get a Thrumbo, we might keep them. But yeah, but otherwise, we've been doing pretty good. We actually don't have the ability to make our own weapons that are worthwhile. These are all weapons that we have found and all that. So we've had a really bizarrely high number of chain shotguns we've gotten in this run, which is kind of nice, but also it's a really bizarrely high number of chain shotguns. So that's a whole thing. I'm going to go over here and start switching those out for hospital beds since we can make those now. Alright. The lights keep flickering because they're right on the edge of what we can handle power-wise. So one thing I might consider doing, I don't have battery tech. I'll need another bioferrite generator soon. Hey, ABC, how's it going? And you sleep well, Night Dwarf? Thank you so much for the lurk, I appreciate it. Hey, Jay Walker, how's it going? Alright, so yeah, so I'm gonna need to get more bioferrite stuff online. Go Frenzy is fine. Yeah, let's dig that whole area out. And smooth that area so they'll repair it. Okay, we also scored some unstable power cores as well. So that's good news. And then we got the actual temple inside our perimeter. Oh, wait, didn't we get the... Yeah, we got the twisted obelisk here. Right, and that was one of the things is like, okay, once they figure out which obelisk that is, what I'm going to end up doing is if it's an obelisk I want to keep, thank you, that's lovely. If it's an obelisk I want to keep, what I'll ultimately do is give ourselves a safe path, you know, like, make a room or a hallway over here, make a safe path down to it. So if it's like the cloning obelisk or whatever, we can do that to work on it. We do have a person who can do unnatural healing, so that would actually work up pretty well for us if it was the cloning obelisk, because then I could choose whichever my pawn I felt was the best pawn we had here. And that pawn, we would just start cloning it.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Okay. How's the pollution clearing going? It's going pretty good. Pretty much inside our perimeter now. We've got all the pollution pulled up. We don't have all the pollution yet outside the perimeter, obviously. But we are slowly cleaning the area up. Alright. Investigation of the obelisk has revealed some information. It's an archotechnological device that seems to interact with organic creatures at a distance. It probably has a piece of much larger archotech structure that was destroyed or broken apart long ago. The machinery at its core is inhumanly complex and frighteningly powerful. Its purpose and method of action remain a total mystery. If not suppressed, its activity level could increase over time, and you don't know what'll happen when it fully activates. I think that's the one that teleports you, which is fine. Yeah, we're still processing all our pollution out here. That's also fine. Yeah, because, I mean, we're at the point that we've carved out enough of this. This is more... The pollution is becoming way less relevant other than when I have to caravan. And instead, we're reached the point where it's a lot more just about the fact that we're in a swamp. So again, moisture pumps needing to be constantly run. You know, also dealing with the diseases and all that going on. Yeah, so they're pulling all that up. And you're pulling up the pollution. That's fine, too. But it'll just be one of those things that will just go from place to place and slowly carve out and expand. Never tried the swamp? So this is like an extreme swamp. Normally it's not that bad. Normally when you go to a swamp, you'll have lots of little patches you can't build stuff on, and a very high rate of disease, so the disease rate will be the same on this tile as you have on other swamps. But because we're doing a special map, I have a lot more bad terrain that I gotta deal with than you normally have. Have I done Arid Shrubland? Yeah, I've done every biome. I've got thousands of hours in the game. I've done every biome. Including a lot of modded biomes and stuff like that, too. Yeah, so all the moisture pumps are doing their thing. Okay, so this pollution pump is right about to be done. Alright, Mad Toxalope. I should be able to get in position in time. Alright. So we're not doing anything fancy. It's going to come around this corner. And we are just going to hit it with everything we've got, and it'll die in seconds. Yep. Just passing through it. Okay. Favorite colonists so far this run? I usually don't approach it as favorites. With a lot of the challenges I do, I end up having lots of colonists die and all that. It's just the nature of RimWorld. I tend not to be the kind of player who's like favorite, least favorite so far as a lot of things. Like even the games I play, I usually don't have a favorite or least favorite game at any given moment. It'd just be one of those things that people be like, what's your favorite? And your response be, what time of day of it, what phase is the moon, what did I eat for lunch? Like, it's not random, but it's just one of those things that it changes too fast. How do pollution pumps work? Almost exactly like a moisture pump. So anything in the circle, it starts in the middle and like slowly expands the radius. And it just pulls up like one spot of pollution. It puts it in a bag, there you go, puts it in a bag right next to the pump. And then I can either run that pollution into the freezer so it doesn't rot, or I can run out to trees and let it deliberately rot underneath the trees. Alright, so we've got that wall patched up. This wall's nowhere near ready to be replaced with the stone. Alright. And then we're just letting that all rot out there. And it'll be fine. Atmospheric heater. Don't really care. I was just queuing it up because we could. That's fine. And then eventually I'm going to take all these and tell them to stop researching them because we'll have all the advanced research done. Okay. I need a place to deal with the steel, so it's not just piling up in this hallway because there's nowhere to fit it. Alright, we have infestation. So it's in that room and mostly up there. I actually need you to scooch back a little farther. Please stop shooting all my own furniture. I don't have to repair it. Siren is such a monster of a pawn that they only now took their first injury out of that entire time fighting. Alright, gotta remember they did destroy the drug lab, which means I do need to re-queue the stuff on it. Okay, so we've got that. Yep, no, I knew it was the one in the storage room. That's the reason I stopped there. Was just so I could end up getting the line of fire on that. Alright, well that's dealt with. We lost a couple of pieces of furniture in there, and we lost the drug lab. None of those are particularly bad. You're the only one who took an injury, and not even any bad injury, just got scratched up a little. Okay, so that's not a big deal. The big thing is I need to remember that when we get in here to actually... Oh, hey. Don't let that get back up. That's fine. The other important thing is they didn't destroy any of the, caskets. Oh, cool. Thrumbos. I would like a thrumbo. Sleeping sickness. Didn't happen because we are on our medicine. That's why that medicine is so powerful. Sleeping sickness is just one of those things that you have a pawn that just has the sickly debuff for a long time and is just stuck laying in bed for a very long time. It's low danger, it's just extremely inconvenient. It could also eat up a lot of your medicine treating it in the meantime. Alright. Hey, JD2B0, how's it going? Yeah, but so repairing all the damaged furniture, getting everything hauled out of here. So I still am down to... Oh, you know what? Clear. Deal. That'll work for now. Give me a bit more place to put steel. It's not piling up in that hallway. Why are you not rebuilding it? Oh, wood. Right, we're still out of wood. That said, these trees should be back up soon. And I'm not too worried about the medicine. I got 232 on standby, and I don't believe I've got more of the material to make more. Maybe one more round of more. So I don't need the drug bench right this second. So we can just wait until these trees get cut down. That'll fix our wood so we can get that door and that table replaced. It'll be good. Now goes the clothing. Do I have a bunch of cloth just piling up? Yes, I do. Alright, well, let's see. What do I want to do about the clothing here? You could tell them to mass produce capes. That's what we're gonna do. Because then we'll sell the capes and all that for, You let them go after the research is done? Oh no, we're keeping them forever. I'm pulling bioferrite from their bodies for construction purposes. It's definitely ethical. Don't think about it too much. Speaking of which, where is that bioferrite? Yeah, it's because we already got all the disruptor packs made. It should be having some bioferrite pile up somewhere. Okay. Oh, I was hearing the waste pack go. I heard the sploosh, which is the same noise that it makes when like the hive reproduces, and I thought I like completely just missed one of the hives. Oh, actually, you know what? As long as it's taken, go ahead and keep that there. That's fine. Alright. Why is it acting like someone's in... What are you running from? Oh, there is a hive. But what were you running in fear from? There is a mega scarab in there. Alright, so we gotta get a hold of that. So everyone that is not lightning, I want you to rally to go help here. Okay, it's dead. And I didn't realize, I forgot we had that nest tucked away in here. There we go. Okay. That was the problem, is we did actually have a hive. So that splash of the pollution rod had probably just happened to be at the same general time as that nest popping. It's fine. It's interesting that it gave me the thing as like, you defeated the hive, or the infestation, while also still having that. Why is there... Oh, it's because we're processing the fragments of stuff, that's right. Alright. Okay, so that pollution pump is all done. There's no more pollution to be pumped in that area. Where do I want to put the next one? You can put it down there and that'll be good. Basically, we're just going to move it around. I just try to clear the pollution from the surrounding area. I don't have a specific, like, this is the area I want to branch out in. It's just to gradually clear up the pollution immediately around the base, so that, you know, as I choose to expand, I could do so and not have to worry about it. Plus, I can pick them up and move them, unlike the moisture pumps. There's no reason to not just keep doing it, as long as I can support it. That should clean this whole area down. Alright, no major injuries, which is good because one had a drill arm, so I could do some pretty decent damage. Stop wanting my good medicine. I like my good medicine. Come on, there we go. Okay. They've got an exotic trades good person. Alright, let's go ahead and sell the insect jelly. Because that's just going to give a bunch of like food poisoning and all that, so I don't really want it. We could get a field hand for one of our pawns. That might actually be worth doing, because I get a field hand for one who's been doing the growing to give them a lot of help. It's not particularly expensive. And honestly, I'm not too worried about the rest of this. We're pretty good on the rest of the materials here. I could trade for components, but honestly I'm not that worried about it, because I don't have anything else I could use right now. So with that, who is our main growing person? That's Calaria. Okay. Operations. Install field hand, right hand. Yeah, no, that's the idea. We'll eventually get up to that as well. All right, so who is our best doctor again? It's a Night Dweller. Let's jump on that before anyone else tries to do that surgery. So we're gonna go ahead and get a we're gonna get Calaria's Star able to do even better with the growing stuff because we're gonna give them a field hand, which will boost their ability to do all that stuff. So that's good news. I'm gonna need you to not botch that surgery, please. Cool. So plant work speed is not a little over 1.5 its normal speed, so you'll be able to fly through the growing stuff. A raccoon has chosen death. Congratulations, raccoon. Alright, so with that, we also need to go furniture, hospital beds. I don't want to do this. So we can put them in a 3 here. We'll get rid of those beds, and I'll put a cluster of 3 here. And we might be able to, like, finagle this around a little bit more. Actually, I think they can bandage at the end of the bed. It's been a while since I've had to cram these in this tightly. Because I believe I can go like this. And then I'd want a space... it doesn't matter. And then I'd want a space to put the next group in. Ultimately, this hospital's going to have to get bigger. I'm just kind of putting it off for the moment. Because, yeah, that can put a set here where it go boom, boom, boom. This area will be wide open here. We can then, like, expand this out here somewhere. Or out that way. It doesn't really matter. And then we can adjust it as needed. But I want them to all have the head nearby one tile so I can put the vitals monitor there. Alright. We'll probably do advanced fabrication next. And then look at stuff like bionic replacements and that kind of thing. Just that way we can go ahead and make the advanced components for a bunch of stuff, which is mostly stuff like bionics anyways. Alright, so get rid of the other limestone beds in there. Alright, so they don't have a lot to do yet. They don't have a lot to do yet. That's the farthest one along. Which actually we should be able to pull up that floor now. The wood floor there should be wholly unnecessary. Alright. Selling to Juno, you want 68 components. You can go fly a kite. There is 0 chance I am making and dragging 68 components across this map to give you. Components are very precious to me. Medicine-wise, way past good shape. You found more steel, that's fine, just keep scanning. Alright, Scooter, you have yourself a good lurk. Yeah, so what we could do probably to expand the hospital. Does that not support weight? I've got 2 tiles that won't support the weight, that's fine. What I was gonna say is, we've got this other stone here. I figure we cut the hospital, we make it like this size, so it's taking advantage of those areas that can't grow stuff anyways. I think that would be good. Alright, let's see if it'll let me put wood walls on top of there. Alright, that one tile, I'll have to have a bridge built. Okay. Alright, so we're getting it all built out, expanding it. We'll have to smooth out the floor in there, put down some more of the... some more of the floor to do that. We'll have to rearrange that. So you took a car from a friend to work, fix it up before it gets sold. It's very convenient because your car's insurance has expired and I can't afford to renew it. But now I can use a car I'm going to work on. Neat. You've already been pulled over by the police while driving home. Not as neat. Who inspired taming? Those thrombos are probably long gone, aren't they? Yeah, they are. You know, I forgot to do this whole time. I never did set the... No, actually, did I forget to do it? Where's our oven? It's over here. Yeah, okay, so we do have it queued up. It's whether or not it's actually getting done is the real question. Or just for random check? Gotcha. Alright. Then I can go in here and go orders, smooth floor. Because I'll need to do that, and then we can put down the, then we can put down flooring, that'll be the sanitized floor. Alright. Things are going well enough. But yeah, so once we get that floor smooth... Too deep infestation. Alright. So, let's rally everyone again. Okay, so I'm not seeing any cracks on this side. All right. Yeah, they're doing that thing where they're letting a bunch of enemies pile up on one tile. It's fine. Okay, so we got that sorted relatively quickly. Meanwhile, if we go there, there was one speedopede that did survive. We're gonna hunt that real fast. So I can't get back up. Okay, so you took a bunch of scratches and injuries. And a Night Dweller took some minor scratches and injuries. But that's fine. That's the reason why I mentioned the next time we update our ideology, we're going to go ahead and tell them they like insect meat, because we're going to be getting a lot of it. Did you not leave them untreated? Let's see. It was lightning. There we go. You're driving your old Corolla, it doesn't stand out, and you don't speed, so you never get tickets. Yeah, no, there's definitely some cars that when you drive around, law enforcement tends to jump on a lot more. Like I've found from people I've known who have had sports cars, even when they are, you know, generally not being problematic or whatever, they do tend to get pulled over at a much higher frequency than other people. You can go ahead and pull up that floor there, because it's no longer needed. Okay. Yeah, no, we cleared out everything. That's just because of the moisture, pollution pump. Yep, so we're just... Where did all my components go? I had a bunch of components, right? I mean, they're making more. They're using it in some type of crafting. That's fine. Probably making all that flak armor or something like that is probably eating up the components. It's one of the reasons why I was hesitant to do the flak armor before we had the fabrication. Is it's really easy for that to get out of hand. Okay. So what I might do, and unfortunately I can't do this very easily, we're going to put these on maintain only. And the reason I'm putting these on maintain only now is I don't really care about the last advanced research we've got there. So I don't want them wasting the time trying to push that advanced research. We're going to get some from using this as is, as well as a little bit from this down here. And so I'm mostly just wanting to have them focus on regular old research and scanning for stuff than running around bothering these things. It just really doesn't, you know, give me much I need or want or whatever. Okay, so you've got all of that there, so you can go in here and go floors, sterile flooring. And that one spot will need a bridge. So we've expanded our hospital. It cost us some of our heel root growing area, and it cost us some of our strawberry growing area. Well, berries or whatever. But that's okay, because we had expanded our corn a lot. And honestly, we would probably benefit from expanding our growing operation a little bit more. Well, no, because this is all basically ready to harvest. Yeah, it's probably fine. We'll just keep an eye on it, because we haven't been increasing our population that much. And we did just get a field hand for Claria's Star, so Claria's able to go way faster on the growing than they were able to before. Yeah, so pretty soon that'll be out of steel. And then we can shift that down over, keep pulling up the steel, then we can go for that uranium. Alright. We're gonna reposition those beds to, oh, you know what it is? These beds are 5 components. In my head, I was thinking they were 1. I forgot they're actually kind of expensive, which is still fine. They're still worth it. I just forgot that they actually are pretty expensive. But especially on a tropical swamp, anything you can do to help out my medical situation is gonna be worth it. Alright, so we've got a failing shuttle coming down. Honestly, we'll do the Goodwill. Alright, so where did you crash? Not a terrible location. Alright, so you all get out here. You take the point. The rest of you duck behind here for right now until you see what actually is gonna hit us. Okay, so we've got a pretty sizable raid coming in. They do have a lot of short-ish range weapons. They have 1 revolver and an SMG. They do have some ordnance. So, this isn't my favorite, because it's going to be a no-cover to no-cover kind of fight, but here's hoping that these guys run some interference for me. Okay, so got them to waste their shields early. Okay, so we're good over here. Cool. Good enough for me. Alright, they leave me any goodies? I would like goodies. We got an SMG here that's not bad. Basically it. Yeah, so you go ahead and haul that. Do you have anything we want to take from you gear-wise? You go ahead and strip them. And then the rest we can just leave. Yeah, the rest I'm not worried about. Rescue shuttle has arrived, and we are good. Cool, so we've got a bunch of reputation for getting ourselves a little bit of training time. We got some random equipment out of it. Oh, did you get that off in time? Yeah, you did. We're not restricted, are we? Cool, just the child is the only one who's restricted because they keep the children inside defensive perimeters just because they have a tendency to get themselves killed otherwise. Alright. So you've almost got that where we can go and get things cleaned up. The next thing I can do here is go floors. You can remove that, because that's not needed anymore. Pretty soon I'll start being able to replace more of these wood walls with stone walls. I do think I want to keep the base so I have, like, this layer of defense, and if I do an expansion, I'll make, like, another zone out here, and just kind of do it that way. That way, as I'm dealing with the base, I have strong walls inside, especially with some of the anomaly stuff and then breacher raids and all that. Being able to fight from a point, and then when they, you know, break your wall, retreat to another defensive point, really helps you stay alive. Especially since I'm not really using kill boxes of any kind here, I just kind of have I have cover points I could retreat from, which isn't really the best defense, but it's something. Hey, you're just about done. Honestly, just debating moving it now. I think I will. So let's move you. And you put you down there to start clearing up that area. Alright. We're about to finish the vitals monitor. Like I said, after that, I'm going to go for the advanced fabrication. Mad rat. Just because of the advanced fabrication, then we can make sure we have advanced components happening as well. That'll also introduce me needing gold. Which is a thing, but that's fine, whatever. Alright. It would be good to also be able to get some fire breaks and blight breaks in the field, but we're not quite there yet. Okay. Alright, so you've got more medicine for me. I always love to see that. I'm not super worried about that. We can get rid of all these junk weapons we'll never use. They just take up my inventory. We won't be using the auto pistol. I've already got some nerve spikers. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We do want to keep the smoke launcher. The heavy SMG is a nice fallback weapon. I'll probably make my own Hellcat rifle soon enough. We've got some flak clothes that are completely just disintegrating. So go ahead and get rid of those. And they had a couple of good weapons. I don't think there's anything I'm willing to drop money for. So yeah, so it's just gonna be that pile of medicine that we ultimately grab. But that's fine. Okay, the vitals monitor, so next we'll do advanced fabrication. What we'll do is vitals monitors there and there for right now, because I'm going to rotate those up out of the way, and then I'll put more on this wall later. Because they want a second bioferric generator, I gotta increase my containment area, which will probably happen eventually regardless, to get myself more bioferrite. The ideal thing I like is that I actually like to be attacked by revenants a lot, because they give you a lot of bioferrite, and once you have them, there's just a lot of benefit to keeping a revenant. When you have the mood break where they release stuff, no big deal. Revenant doesn't just turn and start killing people. So that's fine. When you go and they turn and, you know, your character says, I'm going to go kill all the things, that's also fine because they kill the Revenant. It turns to its spine, you put it right back on the shelf, and you're just good. And then Burn and Sun on their 200 stream streak. Catch the last 200 streams without missing a single one, so that is ridiculous. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Congratulations on your 450 points. You wonder if anyone uses the tox grenades? Not often. You can do stuff where the tox grenades can make sense, but generally speaking, you're better off just using a regular grenade in most cases. So take all those drugs. Take that cloth shirt. Take the pants. I cannot afford that. That's fine. Because that's the stuff I need to make my anti-disease medicine. So I would always keep some of it on hand. Alright, so we got a Manhunter pack of raccoons. So 45 raccoons are making a move.
Thank you, Leafy Pew, for subscribing for 4 months.
Thank you, Leafy Pew, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. So that means a whole heck of a lot. I really do appreciate it, and I do hope you have been enjoying the stream. We're going to have Ilana Ramba hold the door. But I do appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. Honestly, with this, there's no point in cover. They don't shoot. So just pile up here. And the goal here is to do as much damage to them on the way in before ultimately retreating everyone. Hold that door. And you kind of man that position. You stand farther back just in case. Okay, so we do what damage we can to them on the way in before retreating into the room back here. Get back. That wall's not going to survive. Quit trying to sneak around. That's not how this works. All right. Is that all of them? Okay. That'll do. And we're out of here, so you took a hit. So you got a little bit scratched up, you got a little bit scratched up, you got a little bit scratched up. So we got a bunch of people got some minor scratches, but no one's serious.
Thank you, old Captain Gill, for subscribing for 9 months.
No, you never enjoyed my streams? I get it. Some people do just like to suffer, I understand. And then thank you, old Captain Gill, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you could use it anywhere on Twitch, and you chose to use it here. So that means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. Kicking off a hype train, and that's 9 months you've been subbed to the channel. A heckin' long time, so thank you for that. And I really do appreciate it. But thank you so much for all that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. We will queue that up to be moved there. And if you could actually treat people, that would be lovely.
T27 Cookie Chouse.
And thank you, Such a Cookie, for dropping 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Alright, so we got more people who still need treatment. I do really wish you could have them prioritize getting treated for injuries over I'm bored, I want to have fun. Look, man, you've got an actively bleeding wound on you. Maybe it's not the time for pool. You're making a mess of the pool table, please stop. And also, doctor, the same exact thing. When you're actively bleeding from your torso and shoulder is not a good time for you to be playing poker. If for no other reason than you're getting blood everywhere. Okay. There are so many corpses in that door. Oh, the good news is, we can replace that with limestone now. The moisture pump got far enough. You've had doctors bleed out treating someone else? Oh, they'll absolutely do it. That one is at least okay. They're trying to like patch someone up and all that. But it's the things like, oh, I'm bleeding everywhere. Yeah, I'm gonna go in the other room and play some poker real fast. It's fine. You think the other people at the table be like, what are you doing? Get the hell out of here. You're bleeding on everyone. Like, come on, man. No, we're not continuing this game. Go get a Band-Aid. Yeah, but I'm on a winning streak. All right. That's how they mark the cards. They just bleed all over them. They look for the blood splatter patterns. You gotta be pretty desperate to win to do that. We're just taking one raccoon after the other and chuck it over there. We are getting some of them into the dumping zone out here. Set you to low priority. We will delete this zone. Now turn this and say you can have animal corpses. And that should allow them to start putting those under the Harbinger tree without a bunch of issues. Alright, Ben, let's keep... just watch you to see if you get a bunch of, like, corpse rot exposure. It's amazing what some gamblers will do. Yeah. Well, I mean, you could also get it. Like, if you're looking at your likelihood of being able to make a bunch of money and all that stuff, and someone goes, hey, you know, if you cheat in this way, you can end up getting a whole bunch of money, and you could do it that way as opposed to other avenues that are less reliable, yada, yada, yada. There is a certain amount of understanding going, okay, it's ridiculous, but also, you know, I could work thousands of hours or just get a really lucky win streak because I'm cheating and, you know, get myself out of the problem. And most people won't be particularly sympathetic to a casino either because, I mean, you look at casinos, they're not exactly sympathy inspiring with some of their business practices. Okay, so this moisture pump here is done. It's already pulled up all stuff in range that it can. Unfortunately, moisture pumps you cannot pick up and move. So we're gonna trash that moisture pump. Wait a second. I almost made a big mistake there. I had all of them selected. Okay, just trash that one. Yeah, so that one's no longer needed. We got that area cleared up. And we'll see how the power grid settles, because we're already riding like the fence of what the power grid can handle here. So I'll probably just get rid of that moisture pump and leave it gone, and not build another one to replace it someplace else, kind of thing. Oh, I also need to let that door be closed. Cargo pods. Goose eggs, okay. Meanwhile, I always keep forgetting who's doing what around here. Shambler Assault. So this is a Shambler Assault, not the regular Shambler event. So the problem with the Shambler Assault is they will not back off. They are here to attack. So let's run up here real fast and get everyone in position. Now, downside is I can't use this as a choke point because we got like corpse rot there, and it's still got holes in the wall. So So I don't really have a solid retreat point right here, because my next door in, they've got a door over there, and then just running through the hole down there. So we're going to run through the hole down here, and then cut across towards the hospital is probably what we're going to do when they start pushing in. Or get Ilanorama to be in the back, not the front. Because it's a bad idea for your, for a child to be the one. Aw, man, I was hoping they wouldn't be quite as bunched up. You are moving really slow. Alright, get out here, Alana. Food poisoning is not going to cut it. And same with you, a Night Dweller. Get out of here. This is not going to go well. Oh, ineffective. Interesting. Alright, so just start dropping. Drop it back. You're faster than they are. At least I believe you are. I'm hoping you are. So plan is all
Thank
of you.
The very last Lardine for subscribing for 8 months. Oh my god, you were Rual Hyperade.
Thank you very last Ardeen for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. You've been subbed to the channel for 8 months now, so I really appreciate that. That means a whole heck of a lot. I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for all that. I wonder if they did a rebalance, because I thought for sure that I had used I want you farther back. So good news is the Shambler Assault's AI is weird, and they'll just randomly attack walls and just get stuck fighting them. So we should be able to hold here for a minute. I'm going to actually pop our command thing. Where are you at? Scooter, where are you? Of course, you have food poisoning. Just get over here before they wise up they could just walk around. Alright, this is going to get dicey here real fast, because now that they've got routes around, that's going to be a problem. Alright. Colonist needs rescue. We have minor rot exposure and all that. Alright, let's get away from the corpse pile real fast. Why are you not moving, Scooter? Why are you not moving, Scooter? You. Unnatural healing on you, because you're in real bad shape. You've got the last group here, so we're going to go around a little bit wide. Okay. So we have repelled the attack. So Siren here got really properly thrashed. Now the big problem is these beds. Those beds are fine. Well, we got to go out of our way to start hauling things. So Noaplo got minor injuries. Okay, so haul it. Haul it. Haul it. Haul it. What I'm trying to do is there's the corpse rot here. Yeah, you'll just need to not deal with it. I just need to get enough of the corpses out of here. Oh, come on, you're still up? Where are you? Nowhere near. That's not what I wanted. So the problem is, we've got all these corpses rotting. They're in the hospital itself, which is a major problem. You're regenerating. I forgot you could do that. Alright, so let's cancel that again. So my fear is that we're going to start getting to the point where we're going to have people get really sick from corpse exposure, which is a very dangerous thing. But the game doesn't really give you a good... So, no, absolutely not. Try again. Okay, you should be far enough away. Yep, and we have holes in our walls. You never seen a Shambler drop shards? Yeah, they'll do it. It's usually like 1 or 2 for an entire raid. It's fine. Yeah, so I need them to all process. I just want them to have time away from the corpses for the rot stink exposure to go down. Because that's just, it's extremely dangerous. But we're gonna have to just keep hauling these corpses out of here. Yeah, I mean, it was a group of, I believe it was 30, I can't remember. It was one of the 2 groups had, I think it was, actually we can check here. Messages. Yeah, so it's 38 of the Shamblers, and it was high up there with the other ones too. Right, that'll have to stay wood. Those trees are about ready to go. Obelisk Type Progress. You learned about the Obelisk and its Archotech machine that transforms flesh creatures into different forms. Okay. Yeah, so basically it's one that if you let it go, you're going berserk because of intense pain. That's not helpful. That's probably my most dangerous pawn to go berserk. And the nearest person is a child, who's the last one we want to go berserk on. The good news is that Siren's gonna be pretty slow. No, come on. I need the rest of you to get over here. You have a child being hit by a really effective melee pawn with a mace. So let's... Stop being so good at being nimble. Okay, all of you do that. So storage, human-like, haul you out of here. Miscellaneous, sarcophagus, marble. That was my fear. I forgot that they were nimble as well. So even though they had all these injuries penalizing them, that even with all that, they were faster than Alanarama caught her and just tagged her once or twice super fast before anyone else could get there to help. That is going to be some pretty significant mood penalties going on. I should have backed off Alana faster, which is my mistake. I just figured Siren was going to be so slow with all the injuries that I wouldn't have to worry, because they're at only like 30-40% movement speed. I just forgot they were nimble to start with, so it was them being faster than a normal pawn and reduced from there. Okay. So Siren had a rampage mood break, and Alanarama was standing just outside the door, and so just got caught. And that's my strongest melee pawn, so just pretty much instantly killed her. Who was our construction person again? Jaywalker? I'm gonna have you stop doing that, immediately get you to build this. So we could bury Alana to preserve Alana. That way we could try and resurrect her later if we do happen to get lucky enough to get a mech resurrection serum. Okay, so assigned to... It is assigned. There we go. Alright, so we're gonna have a funeral, hoping that that'll be able to stave off the worst of the mood breaks and all that. What thing to enter in on? No, also hello. Yeah. And it was a terrible funeral. Excellent. That is absolutely going to happen. That's the first pawn that died? It is. Berserk melee pawns are real dangerous. Hey, Harry, how's it going? Because if you shoot them, there's a very good chance you kill them. If you don't shoot them, there's a very good chance they kill someone else. And with that person having been standing in my hospital, in the middle of my base, it didn't really give me a lot of opportunity for ways I could, you know, drag them to the side and then ditch them somewhere where they could just berserk until it ran out. It is what it is. RimWorld's gonna RimWorld. The body was managed to be stored before it got a chance to rot or anything, so if we get a mech resurrection serum, they are eligible for being resurrected. So that's at least some good news. Meanwhile, we can go over here and see about some rituals to try and make people happy. Here, let's have a drum party and see if that'll help your mood. Yeah, no, it's just the fact that the child was standing directly outside the door when the berserk happened. Had someone else been out there, there was still a risk that that person would die. Hey, we had a fun party and a wanderer has joined. Who are you and what do you got going on? You were a small child with basically no stats. And a revolver. Okay. I mean, sure. Welcome, new colonist, I guess. And that'll be Luxray. Wait, what? And I guess for right now, you just do what you feel like around here. Yeah, that was the thing. I was like, oh wait, I see. Alright. So we still have all of these bodies to deal with. They'll get there. I just want to give people a chance to get out of stink rot before we start trying to do more of it. Because if you let it build up, I mean, one, if rot stick gets too high, it's lethal. Two, it can become a very serious disease that is kind of a pain to deal with if you also let it escalate. Growth moment for Luxray. We're going to take Steadfast, because Steadfast and Greedy, we're getting Steadfast. So Luxray can now do just about everything around here. I'm going to keep them on hauling and cleaning for the moment. But is what is. Alright. So they're still recovering. Surprisingly, we don't have a bunch of people who are, like, really on their last limb right now. We're gonna try to console Calaria. Their daughter passed. So you're gonna try and... Cool. So we did manage to successfully give them the mood bonus so that they will, they'll manage. Dark visions on you because of intense pain, and then we had that. So I've got a couple of sarcophagus set aside just in case we need them, so that's good news. And between the rain and everything else, all the corpse stink is gone. So we should be able to repair all that stuff without too much of a problem. Get more people prioritized on cleaning. Yeah, so Bentley was the one who focused on cleaning when we weren't like full schedule just cooking. So that is the thing we're gonna have to work on, is I'm probably going to need a pawn who their job is literally just to clean and, you know, haul. So it'd be good if maybe if we get lucky and get Luxray something like Jogger, that even if they're just literally all they do is Jogger, then they would be a decent pawn for just setting up to clean and haul and all that stuff. Okay, and you're a construction person who has food poisoning. Yeah, so they are cleaning and doing all that stuff. That's good. They just got a lot of catch-up to do. All right. Yeah, so we can use that to replace people's arms and get flesh mass organs and all that. Those type of things do make people upset. So I'm not going to go out of my way. If we have someone who is missing stuff, we can potentially do that. But it doesn't heal stuff so much as, like I said, if someone's missing an arm, it is a way you can replace a missing arm or whatever. But we're not quite ready to... Because the problem is we'll get lots of mood penalties if we start doing that. I am tempted to do it anyways, though. But it's just the fact that you can stack some pretty bad debuffs on your people if you just slap it out of the way. We could potentially go transhumanist, because that would be a way to get everyone something where they take the mood penalty and then the bonus. But the problem is if I go transhumanist, I gotta start putting effort into de-aging and the neural supercharge. And I am not ready to tackle that yet. The power is just not there yet. I'd need to get another one of these set up. And I don't think we have enough bioferrite coming in to handle 2 of them. Where is the bioferrite listed? I mean, we're actually getting a decent amount. I'm not sure we can handle a second bioferrite generator. But we'll see. Okay, so that's going to be limestone chunks is what I'll pull up from now. I'm relatively okay with that. Let's reinstall it down here. And to allow it again to keep it drilling that steel for the moment. Alright, so we've almost got everything sorted out. We just got to patch up those 2 spots. They did get the wood wall replaced. That's fine, too. We got our doors replaced and all that. Oh, no, it's not going to be Tomb home yet. It's too early for that. Tomb should be home relatively soon, though. Because for those who don't know, my wife, Tomb, when she gets home, usually I take about a 5-minute break. That's my one big break for the stream. To run down, welcome her home, as well as deal with any food, like, kind of things I gotta deal with. So one thing I'm running into... Well, I mean, we got a ton of corn out here, so we actually have the food. It's just not getting hauled in. Okay. Alright, that'll seal up the hospital here in just a moment. And then we just got those 2 tiles to deal with. And then that'll be all the construction we got queued up. Where are you going? Oh, you're suppressing it. That's fine. Right, because you are set to be the warden. That's fine. Okay. So Luxury is helping clean around here, it's just... there's a lot to be cleaned. Okay, the hospital's all sorted out again. It just keeps canceling because people keep walking through the tile that's being constructed. Cool. Alright, you're in the perimeter, you gotta die. You're in the perimeter, you gotta die. But now, we should be the point with Jaywalker. Yeah, they're just repairing walls that got damaged and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so how are we doing on our moisture pumps? Yeah, so everyone's starting to make good progress. So you can go down here and say structure, limestone, limestone, limestone. Patch up that spot. And this spot. Not there. Get that spot done. Those are poorly placed. It's fine. Yeah, so we're getting a bunch of those outer walls starting to get a layer on there. That's not wood. And for the pollution pumps, how are they doing? You're making good progress here. The other ones are nowhere near it. Okay, did you ever get that rebuilt? Okay, so that got rebuilt, so we want to make that forever. They'll say the smoke leaf forever, even though I'm not growing this stuff for it, so it shouldn't ever happen. But still. Meanwhile, I'm going to go here and say capes. Do until you have 10. Alright, and we don't have anyone else who's sitting here complaining about stuff. What is your apparel? What on your apparel is not holding up? You are having a baby. Cool. Gather for baby. So it is your cloth mask, and honestly, a lot of your stuff is about spent. So someone's gonna help you, right? Yeah, okay, we got a doctor. Okay. And we did build these in most of the bedrooms because it's just like, okay, well, it's fine, we'll just do that. I'm gonna go ahead and add them to there because it also just adds some beauty to the bedrooms to have like another nice piece of furniture. Oh, there's uranium here. We will tell them they can mine the uranium. And then we'll replace that. Sick child. A night-dweller gave birth to a baby. Unfortunately, the baby is sick. The child has birth total quality was 88%, determined by these factors. The chance of a healthy birth of the quality was 90%. I'm going to not name the baby yet. We are going to say, use the best medicine you've got. And deal with the baby first. Baby is in need of immediate medical attention. Do we have Glitter World? We do not have Glitter World. We do have good doctors, though. So we are going to go with that. Because there's sick, like, I think there's like 4 tiers. There's like healthy, there's sick, and then there's like mortally ill or whatever it is. And then there's the baby just didn't make it. So we got the second one. So the good news is sick baby doesn't require you to be like really on top of it with Glitter World and all that. It is when you have like the morbidly ill or whatever it is, that's the one that you've got to have the really good medicine on standby and a really good doctor and just stay on top of it. So we should be okay. Oh, you know what? We could probably do one even better. Hey, in 5 hours, we're just not going to have a sick baby anymore. We have the power of, like, shadowy, dark, demonic healing, so, you know, we'll just wave our hands and then baby will get a tentacle or something. Or they might just pull through normally. We might not have to do anything. Actually, can I... Oh yeah, you can't preach health the baby because the baby doesn't technically have an ideology yet. Yeah, no, it was a gravely ill, is I think the actual wording. Gravely ill child is I think the really bad one. Masterpiece cloth cape. Okay. Go grab your weapon. Yeah, so it is going down on its own, so I might not need to do literally anything. If it does look like it's going to get bad, we can just have No Upload pop in there and do the unnatural healing and just be done with it. Yeah, because it will work. It's highlighting. I got visitor. Alright. -3 for disgraceful funeral. Look, man, you were the one who was running that disgraceful funeral. So, just saying. Oh, right, you're 6, so you're gonna have poor results. You do it. And how are you doing? Deal with that in a moment. Okay, so, take the mollies, take the grenades, take the worn out mask, take the cloth duster. And honestly, you really don't have much for me, friend. So take these and get out. So one thing that'll help where we're getting tattered apparel, start bumping all these up so they make 5 of them, and keep 5 of them on standby. Can you put the rambling person on night shift so they don't bother the rest of the colony? You can. But I actually have 2 people who ramble. So it's not worth my time. And even then, when I put people on night shift, a lot of times, between raids and everything, they just don't end up sticking to it. Yes, that's going down its own. It started at 37, we're down to 22. And you're pretty close to... Alright, so you got that. We got a ghoul attacking. A ghoul attacking should be a literal non-issue for us at this point. A night dweller. You're going to just stay out of it. Everyone else has got this. You're going to probably... Or... Okay, excuse me? Blew out his liver. Ghoul stood no chance. That was illicit NZ with that masterwork bolt action and the careful shooting. The number of fights that have been ended when they started by just illicit dropping the target instantly has been ridiculous. Masterwork marble crib. Cool. Alright. Yeah, so we need a dedicated hauler slash... Sorry, we need a dedicated hauler slash, cleaning person. That's just something that needs to happen. Inspired creativity, not really worried about that. Oh, it was a waste pack went. That was in here. Let's quickly check our zoning, remove pollution zone. Make sure all of our base is in the remove pollution zone. The reason I want to do that is just in the off chance that, we have some packs pop in there, that they pick it up before it gets out of hand. Okay, so I had Eclipse, and you want me to accept a pretty substantial attack. So it'd have a Centipede Blaster, a Militor, a Pikeman, a Scorcher, a Psychic Suppressor. It would have both a Countdown Activator, 4 mini sluggers, an assembler, a capsule, a drop beacon. To heck with you, get out of my face. Just to heck with you and all that nonsense. All of that is going to be at least a dead pawn. Inspired recruitment, doesn't matter. Take apart those. And all these to switch them over to limestone as well. Same here. Here, rather than do that. Okay, so we do not have power running through there, so you just go orders. We got gold. That'll be good for we get advanced components. Alright, so we're gonna let them pull up all that wood over there. Same here, we can pull all that up. And once we do that, we'll get all of that replaced. Is just trying to replace the weaker parts of our walls, get them to not be flammable, all that stuff. It's just taking time. I need to get rid of another moisture pump or get another of these online. I'm putting it off, and I know I'm putting it off. I think the other place I would potentially put it is put it down here and then just open this up so it's not considered enclosed. Honestly, I don't think this should be enclosed. Let's we can open this spot and get in our bioferric generator. Go power, run the hidden cable. Okay. How goes the world of the rims? The RimWorld is going pretty good. Oh, we can go ahead and connect that to make it enclosed circuit. Oh, we got floor spots here that aren't smooth as well. It's going pretty good. We did take our first loss. We did have a mood break result in a colonist dying. Hey, you know what? Do not keep unnatural human corpses in here. Only colonists. Only colonists go in here. Unnatural corpses, get that out of here. That goes to feed the trees. We got more gold. Okay. So what I'm going to do is we just hit an ad break anyways. Tomb should be home, so I'm going to go ahead and run down, welcome her home, do all that kind of stuff. Quickly do my ad break here real fast. And thanks so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and I really do appreciate it. So, see you in a few. Like, are very not comfy. Alright. We can dive deeper than the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, the idea behind this vehicle is like it's a big glass. I feel like I should be leaving. Nope, it's time to leave. Nope, 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 nope.
Left. Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting like we're by
nothing.
ourselves, or it's hunting like
Someone,
really fast.
someone
now.
should clip that
Yeah,
because
it
like
is.
Pank had
There's a
like
crucifix in there somewhere,
2
I
inches
imagine.
between
I
them.
just put one- I just put one down in the kitchen.
Okay.
It's like, I have to look at you. Oh, it's nice that your hands. Love.
Love. You see nothing. You see nothing, worker. You move on. You killed 5 of my guards. No, get out of here, guard. There's nothing to see here. Oh, would you look at that? No. She does not put up with people who kill her guards. Please don't break that. You're a real jerk, you know that?
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
Okay, that's another zombie bomb. Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with this is not our problem. We want no part of this. That I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace and you're still threatening. But not you. She's a jerk. Need to sit for a moment and rest. Drop the backpack, do some exercises. I was saying is going to get curious late game is when I get to the point that our passive maxed out. There's going to be a lot of times where it's like, well, what do I do now? Like, we can't keep fighting. It's too late, too dark to do that safely. I guess we just stand by our tent and fast forward. What the color is? A khaki lightsaber? Ecru? For invasive thoughts, chat, I'm gonna go grab a soda. It's got the autopilot, it's fine, right? That's right, like it's got the autopilot? I'm actually surprised something didn't go wrong there, to be honest. Oh, seafoam lightsaber. Excellent. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. Okay, resting is acceptable. Go to health, glitter world, and you need immediate medical attention, because you're like 20% behind. I'm already dealing with one. They have to wait their turn. There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. The gap to see the full damage. Oh, they're probably popping through that gap. I'm just trying to get the ones that get all the way down here. This is gonna get you killed. I mean, I have to deal with it. It's just a shame I can't shoot them through it. Actually, tens of thousands. Oh! I was not expecting that. You are correct. It does do a thing. You just gotta hold it long enough. For a very long time. It's the classic of you can do first aid to make it so you can spend like less time limping around, but then you have to limp around because you've been doing first aid. Kind of defeating the entire point. What did it say, add a spice? Oh, it's because there's tomato paste in the back of the truck in front of me. Okay. I was like, wait, what?
Must have time to fathom.
My champion, energize the spears.
Oh, we're dead.
Be gone.
Oh. Okay, and I am back. Sorry about taking a little bit longer. As well as ones that I went on my break, and then, you know, like, right as I was like, no, I gotta get upstairs, that's the moment Tomb got home, so. She's just running a little bit behind on getting home, which is fine, like, she just probably hit traffic or whatever. The new mod for RimWorld looks fabulous. Yeah. Alright, so we've already got all that queued up and all that. But I do think, so for those who are new to the channel, I stream 9 hours a night, and most of the time what I'll do is about halfway through stream is I will switch, and I will replay. Yeah, no, it was a replay, Dragon. If you actually look at that screen when it pops up, it actually has in the top left that's like, hey, you know, be right back, replay clips, that kind of thing. So I do have it labeled. How long has it been since you played Path of Exile? It's been a while. It's just unfortunately one of those things that's just so misaligned with the type of content I do on my channel that, like, when I stream it, it's just really bad for my viewership. Like, really bad. And I would still sit there and I would stream it every league. I'd end up streaming it just a little bit. But, I skipped this past league, and then I only played a little bit the league before. It's still a game I think is absolutely wonderful, and I really enjoy it, but it's just kind of one of those things that, as a content creator, like, I can't really get away with it on the channel, and Path of Exile is one of those games that you can't really just play it a little. It's a real big time sink kind of game. Oh no, you're all good, Dragon. Are you excited for Path of Exile 2? Yeah. My only thing is going back to the same problem I mentioned before, which is I can't really stream it. It's just the type of content my audience has like it enjoys because, like, you know, the type of people I've drawn to the channel so far as what I play and everything. Why do you keep breaking all my walls? It's kind of just one of those situations where I'm probably not going to get to play it much, because I just don't have the time outside of stream to play any games that really take a lot of time. Okay, so they're all down there. And of course, they've immediately beelined for my geothermal. I am hoping since they ran everyone outside the perimeter first. Yeah, so it's worked, so we baited them. Okay, that's fine. That's what I was hoping we could do, is I could draw them to me over here where they have to cross through the mud, and it gives me a little bit. Luxray, get back. Luxray, get back. Okay, so Luxray took a minor hit. That's not really that minor. The rest of you... You can get out of here, and you all run down here to go deal with that last one. What's the flares? You haven't played much in that. Something went terribly wrong. Oh, so you got a flesh tentacle. Good for you. But yeah, so it's the bioferrite flares. They stun most enemies. They provide light in the area. And there's a couple other utility purposes for them. But for me, I like them because they're great for stunning enemies. There's very, very little that they don't work on. And then on top of that, I also like them because very genuinely when it comes to like stuff like the Revenants and all that, it takes a Revenant from a very difficult encounter to a very easy encounter. They're kind of your rock, paper, scissors against it. Like, so a lot of people only get like 1 or 2. I end up getting literally everyone who isn't a melee pawn. I tend to get them the flare packs. Because against really big rage, you can kind of sit there and pop a minor stun, pop a minor stun. Why is there a wall missing? I do not know when that happened, but that's a problem. So Jaywalker, do that right now. Where that Revenant's getting out. Which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Okay. But, like, I'd still rather it not happen. Now, the flares, they do have limited usage, but all it takes to get more is you just refuel them with a little bioferrite. Why did time slow down? Where did you come from? Alright, so I'll get you some distance. You'll be able to get a shot, maybe 2 off. Okay, there you go. Yeah, and all 3 of those are downed, and they're not going to be getting back up. Cool. So base has been going really well. We're making solid progress and all that. The big thing we're struggling with right now is just not enough hauling and cleaning people. With some kids on the way, we might get lucky and get ourselves someone who I can just literally say, okay, you're a hauler. You know, here's Jogger, go carry stuff. Okay, so we're pulling the last of that up. And so Luxray got that one. That should be Luxray's bed instead. We will change that back into a prison for now. That way no one tries to use that bedroom. Okay. And you're getting close to done on that moisture pump. And that one's getting close to done over there as well. Yeah, and just one more tile, I'll be able to sit there and say, hey, just do all of it. We won't be able to do that corner, which is a bummer, but honestly, we do the rest of that, we'll be fine. The big thing is getting... Oh, we've got the extra power online now? Okay. Alright, so I'll take care of all of that. Now I'll take care of that area down there. Okay. I can't caravan to the camp because of our max pollution nonsense. We apparently have uranium inside our freezer, which is a nice bonus. Don't do that. Okay. And we could build a copy of this over here. Actually, change that. I'm going to build a copy of these down here. Then I can rotate that out of the way to make space. And that should all be good. What am I missing? There's something I'm missing with this hospital. We've got the power looped through. I think it'll be okay. Oh, lights. Let's make sure the light covers the whole room. It does not. So we'll go down here for one of those. And we'll take this light and we'll reinstall it up here. And I'm just trying to make sure the whole room's got lighting in it so that we don't have to worry about the Noctil event getting dangerous or the end game event getting dangerous and a bunch of people dying for no reason. I will wait on the rest of that. Yeah, so we got moisture pumps along this entire perimeter, so we'll eventually be able to replace all of that. This wall is already being worked on to be replaced, so that'll get all good. Entity escape, the Noctil is escaping. The Noctil escaping is really no big deal. We can just pile everyone here, drop you there. Ideally, I want to get there before it destroys the door, but I'm pretty indifferent if it does get away. Honestly, the worst part of it is there's a very good chance I'll accidentally kill the Noctil. If that is what happens, it happens, you know, whatever. Hey, it lived. Okay, Night Dweller, recapture it. Cool. That's always just a concern, is had I accidentally killed it, then it'd just be some opportunity for Biofairy lost. Hey. Tend to it. And you will maintain it only. I don't really need you researching it. I just need it to not bleed out. Okay, and how are we doing on our stuff here? Yeah, so we've got only one thing left of advanced research. We got some stuff for the regular research. I'm really not worried about the regular research much. Starvation. That's not surprising. That happens to everyone with the kids thing. We're still waiting for them to pick up that. Our medicine is still doing more than fine, so we don't need to worry about it. The hospital is getting expanded on. How are pollution pumps doing? Are we getting close? You're just about done, and you're just about done. And they'll be ready for those to get moved again. Honestly, you could be moved right now. And shove you all the way up there in that corner. Obelisk mutation. While interacting with the obelisk, Bentley felt her arm tingling. Moments later, her skin split open and a fleshy growth erupted from her body. Her arm has been replaced by a squirming tentacle. Bentley lost some blood, but otherwise seems unharmed. It's fine. It's an improvement. Yes, Bentley is now going to be unhappy because I have a flesh tentacle. It is what it is. Yep. So Bentley's got some... Hope she likes hentai. Eek. Eek. Yeah, so those tentacle arms and all that, they actually give them better manipulation and all that, so it's advantageous to have them. It's just the issue of the fact that the people are like, oh, gross, it's this arm. I would like to go in the route of transhumanist. I'm a little scared to do so right now, because I'm going to need to get the de-aging pods and all that sort of stuff. I think we are going to go that direction. Okay, so you've got that, so reinstall you over this way. And then meanwhile, we can go to your storage, copy settings, pay settings, pay settings. And we really need to get those getting hauled out of here. Entity escape, a Noctil. Okay, we can do this dance again. Get here. Everyone else get a position. All right. Okay, cool. We have again managed to down it without killing it. And then again, I gotta go in here and say, maintain only. I don't actually care about getting advanced science from it. Okay, so we've got advanced fabrication. So next I'm gonna do neural supercharge, because we'll want that for the transhumanist. We'll go for the biosculpting and then the de-aging pod. And I think for the bedrooms, we'll put the neural superchargers in the bedrooms and just like shove them along the walls. But with that, we'll end up having a greatly increased rate of hunger, which is a big negative of it. But if we go that route, I can start just having them all embrace getting the tentacle arms and all that kind of stuff. And they'll take the mood penalty for having a squirmy tentacle on their arm, but they'll also get a mood buff for being modified. So, you know, little A, little B. They'll like that they're just not normal, boring people. They just won't like what they've done to be not boring, normal people. But we'll get there. And what are you working on? You're suppressing that thing. Okay. Alright, so far, our power is way beyond fine. I just realized I built that right in range of Noah Plo's room. I'm sorry, Noah Plo. I didn't realize it was gonna make you have to hear, like, voices in your head at night, but, you know... you have electricity, so does that make it better? My bad, man. Taking one for the team? Little bit. I should have built it over here. That would have been better, but I totally forgot that there's a radius to those things that upsets people nearby. Okay. Cool. And so now our hospital is all properly stocked there. So what we'll end up doing is putting a couple of the bio-sculpting pods in here for de-aging people. But first we just need to get the neural superchargers going. That's going to be pretty expensive on our food as well as our electricity. So this is going to have to get bigger over time. So what we ought to do is, where I've got all these moisture pumps I built, let's go ahead and choose this. It's not really a good place to put this. That'll have to do. So we're gonna go back and forth and slowly moisture pump our way up to increase containment. That's fine. I also want to be picky about what I'm keeping in there. I'd love to get more revenants, but I can't just be like, revenant me, please. Okay, so take the leather. Take the Saiti. Take the giant mound of psychoid leaves, since apparently we're not keeping up with that. Take the worn out masks. Take the worn out pants and flak jacket. The t-shirt. So you're giving me a giant mountain of that. Give me stuff for more medicine. Give me actual medicine. Take my dye. Let's see. What else do we want here? I'll take the gold because we're gonna want that soon. Because now what I want to do is go to our fabrication bench. Bills. Advanced components, do until you have 10. Okay, so we need to shrink that because that's getting overwhelmed. Shrink that because that's being overwhelmed. Where's the third one? And then we'll wait for one of those to expire and we'll shrink that. Okay. Surprisingly, those trees are doing pretty okay with keeping up now. Like, we'll end up with some pollution in here for a little while and then we'll get rid of it. I mean, we're not pulling up the pollution too aggressively, so it's not been that big of a problem. And that moisture pump is right about done. I don't even know. What were you here for? Oh, that was the one we had for our, any weapons that were, bio-coded. Yeah, so as soon as that finishes its next radius, we can take that moisture pump apart. It's done its job. And I guess we could just expand this here. Oh, and they finally finished that area. So you can expand the potato production. Cool. And all the rest of that's just already good. That's gonna be kind of the thing of just with the moisture pumps is just getting out here a little bit farther and getting that going. And you're dying from toxic buildup. So that gives you an idea that the pollution is actually pretty expensive, that random animals will just die out there and then rot because they can't handle the toxic buildup. Okay. You've almost reached the point that we'll be able to patch up that last little gap in here. Is there anything else they need to make on this? We can make the prosthetics, but they're just the regular ones, so we're not going to do that. We also have the extra explosives should I need to break out the mortars. Both those, I think actually we stole one of those motors from a siege, and I think we built the other one. I don't remember with the second one, whether we built it or we snagged it as well. Okay, so we're doing more than perfectly fine with the medicine. You're doing fine out here. One thing we'll do, which is a little bit wasteful. Go to orders, smooth surface. I'm at the point, if it's inside my perimeter, let's smooth it out, make it nice. It takes a lot of time, but I mean, I don't see a reason not to, really. But, like, only if it's inside my perimeter kind of thing. Because that'll be the last of the areas we haven't done, so that's fine. Cool. Because that'll improve the aesthetics of the area so that we get less mood penalties because it's an ugly environment and all that. Oh, that's not been smooth there. All right. So next thing to potentially look at is we get our neural supercharger, we get the biosculpting bioregeneration, and then we get probably the bionic replacements. And then we could start backfilling all this. I do realize I could go for the toxic filtration and make myself immune to the pollution. I've been deliberately going with the route of just kind of not allowing myself to do that because the pollution kind of stops meaning something if you can just ignore it. Yeah, no one else has any injuries that are permanent, so that's fine. Masterwork cloth button-down shirt. Cool. Solar flare. Not as cool. Work frenzy. Cool. Is that where the power ran? Is that why I've got those there? Okay, that's why that's there, is we got power running through it. Alright. So honestly, I envision keeping this. So what I'm going to do here, and this is probably going to be a wasteful thing to do. Put doors here, and there. basically, I'm going to be pulling this to be inside of my base, so that anyone running out to do study on it and all that can remain safe. We found Jade. That's cool. This will also give me a good place to put another one of the proximity detectors. And a place we can move the pollution pump to like clean out that whole area. We're gonna have a little bit of work to do before that's ready. But that moves the unstable power cores to be inside my base perimeter. This will be inside my base perimeter. It'll make these defensive points good. Like there'll be some better and some worse, because it'll force enemies coming from around here to go out and wide and to attack, which will help. But also for the really long range stuff, having it pop out here and not having a thing. The metal horror is escaping. All right. Everyone else needs to pick up the pace. I don't want Lux right here by themselves. And you just go right in there, because it's going through that door fast. Meanwhile... I am amazed we have not accidentally killed one of those. An entity, maintain only, and Jaywalker, I'm going to need you to repair that door that's all but gone. And now we can contain it again. Alright. We definitely need to get more stuff contained here for that. We can harvest you. I'm not going to keep you. We definitely need to get more bioferry coming in for our power production and all that stuff. Oh, you're waiting on components. I think everyone's waiting on components. It's just a matter of having the people craft them. Can we fit an art bench in here? Because I'm honestly, like, at the point where it's, like, getting an art bench probably is worth my time. So there's biosculpting next. So now it's miscellaneous. No, it's ideology. No, where was it? I don't think you had to be... Maybe I have to be already transhumanist for the neural supercharger. It's fine if I do. I just thought it was somewhere over here. It just sucks because then everyone will be begging for it. Will be trying to build it up as fast as we can. Alright, so mutate. We're gonna have Bentley keep mutating themselves for right now. Alright, so you got a pair of tentacles and all that. For even more manipulation. Okay. How close are we to being able to reform our ideology again? One more point. Okay, that's fine. So basically, the next time we have a ritual, not a ritual, a celebration event, whatever you want to call it. Infestation again. Alright, so we got the infestation. I don't like where that appears to be like it's going. Let's get everyone down here. Okay, it appears to actually be inside the rooms. So it seems to be inside this room. So let's get everyone in position as best we can. I'm going to keep just Luxray out of this one. Oh, and you need to die. Okay. Interestingly, oh! It lifted up the Noctil's platform. I understand. The Hive couldn't go anywhere, so it just kind of yoinked the platform up. So Noctil is back up. Okay, so we did manage to wipe it all out really fast. So what we're gonna have happen is all of you run in here. You just go ahead and get out of here and start patching yourself up. A Night Dweller, capture the Noctil. Wildlife, we can go to the Mega Spiders and say hunt them. Alright, so with that... Okay, so that's all dealt with. You hunt this one to make sure it stays dead, and you hunt this one... Where are you at? And you hunt that one to make sure it stays dead. We will need to put the platform back down where it was, so Jaywalker will work on that. Cool. So it's kind of a little annoying that if the Hive pops up, it just, you know, kicks the platform back up. It's not the end of the world. It's just kind of one of those things. It's like, oh, with that working that way, you know, you would potentially have something that even if you properly had all the things you need. Oh, don't do that. Don't study it. A Night Driller, I need you to patch it up, friend. Okay. As someone who's just started the base game, there seems to be much more that you haven't gotten to yet. Yeah, so keep in mind, you are dealing with a lot of DLC. All this, like, spooky red rooms with all that, that's gonna be the Anomaly DLC I've got going on there. Where we were talking about, like, the rituals and all that kind of stuff. We're talking about the Ideology DLC. There's a bunch of DLC stuff going on. Alright. You are the wrong color. There we go. Those colors don't do anything, it's just make it pretty. Because reasons. Alright. Okay, so that one's all done, so we can go ahead and... Oh, don't do that. Come on, give me just this one. There we go. Okay, so we got that moisture pump all knocked out. Mad Rat, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, you gotta figure out which DLC to expand into first. You'll have people argue back and forth like which is the correct one. I would definitely say biotech or ideology. Like, royalty would be the simplest one, but the issue for me personally is royalty, in my opinion, also offers the least as well. So it's kind of one of those things, it's like, okay, it's the simplest, but if you're going to spend money on DLC for RimWorld, I'd recommend getting the Biotech or Ideology next. And then Anomaly is really cool, but I would say it has less replay value than the other ones. It's also very easily the hardest of all of them. Okay, so that moisture pump has done everything it needs to do. But both Biotech and Ideology do add a lot of the game that do add a level of complexity to the game. Okay, so you're still working. And I don't mean that in a bad way, it's just they add more systems to the game than the other ones. Yeah, we can just keep leaving that go. Alright. But between the two of them, I'm not sure which ones that argue have the more replay value. Maybe Ideology probably might have a little bit more replay value, just because you could change the Ideology, which changes the entire way you play the game in the first place. Whereas Biotech, like, you can do different xenotypes, and there's a couple different runs, but it's not... I guess it's not as profound so far as it's changing how you play the game fundamentally compared to Ideology. Alright. Then the modding scene is huge. Okay. We're still cleaning up the pollution front. Okay, so they did manage to tear down those. That's good. They can go here and get all that enclosed. And then with all this enclosed, then I can have my people run to and from all this without having to worry too much. We'll get the power run through here as well. So power down this way. Run it over here. Run it through there. And then straight on down. And that'll do. We will want to add wall lights to a bunch of these places. So I'll add one wall light. Down here. Another for that hallway. And I'll need two to cover that space. And you're good in that pollution pump. How are the other ones doing? So you're almost done up there, and that'll be time to move you. And I'm trying to move them to get like these defensive points. I'm trying to get those defensive points inside those perimeters to help out with that. Honestly, with us moving all this, it might even be worth it for me to just reinstall you here. Now we've got a defoliator ship coming down. So you have burnt the raccoon. So you've got 3 pikemen, a centurion. I'm sorry, 4 pikemen, a centurion, and 2 lancers, and a scyther. So what we have there is what can be referred to as a giant pain in the butt. Because that's going to be way more than I could reasonably get under an EMP. I could potentially give myself like a little room with a wall and force them to come in. Which is certainly something. I could also just sit there and slap the defoliator ship using ordnance. We can go ahead, and that's now inside the perimeter. I'm going to consider this inside the perimeter. This is inside the perimeter. And all the rest is fine. Do they kill the pollution trees? Ooh, that I don't know, and that is an immediate problem. Alright, I didn't really want to do this, so let's go ahead and we're going to say shells. For right now, do not use the incendiary, smoke, or toxic. Use high explosive only. And same with you. We're gonna keep our people inside the perimeter. We're going to start dropping ordnance on the defoliator ship. Set focus point. The defoliator ship itself. Set focus point, the defoliator ship itself. I would like you to please hit the ship itself. I mean, I can also live with you killing the other stuff. Why is the artillery so incredibly horribly accurate? Like, I get they should miss. Okay, we got our first hit out of, I think it was 6 shots now. So, on the plus side, we did kill one of the pikemen. On the downside, we didn't do nearly as much damage as I was hoping to the ship. We are going to have to wait till we get more ammunition made. I do have an anti-grain. I don't want to use an anti-grain on that. I really don't want it to kill the pollution tree, but right now, there is a lot of scary stuff out there. And it'll be pretty close to a no-cover to no-cover situation, and I'm better suited for short range than long range. So that is kind of a problem. Who is our best shot? Oh, our best shot is going to probably be you. Because you're a careful shot. Nope. Come on, man. I mean, you took out a Lancer and another Pikeman. You also damaged that a bunch. Alright, do I think we're gonna be good for this fight if I were to pop out there? Because I can have you pop out, grab the attention. They've got 2 pikemen and a lancer. But the problem we run into is, like, that's got the range of the whole area, that's got the range of the whole area, and then you... I thought, don't you have your own weapons? Yeah. Yeah, charge blaster. And that's got a range of 45, which is basically the whole area. And I can tell you, the number of times I've popped out and just straight up gotten murdered immediately has been way too high. Alright, so we got biosculpting, so bioregeneration is next. So you are going to find out if it kills the trees, because in one tile it's going to do it. I am trying to knock it out. Come on. We killed another Lancer. Doesn't seem to be killing the tree. So with the 2 pikemen and 2 scythers up, I feel like that's way better. The big downside is I have to run out to them to start the fight. That's my only big issue, so they're gonna get some free shots on me while I'm trying to get out and into position. And realistically, I'm gonna run out of the cover area, which is not exciting me in the slightest. It did kill the tree. I figured there's a good chance it would, but I don't think the tree is as big, like a big enough concern right now for me to risk losing pawns to it. Alright, so let's see. Move you over there for more steel. Screw you, poor little raccoon. Entity escape metal horror. That's fine. The rest of you can deal with this. You go for the metal horror's door. Elissa and Lux stay out of this. You just cannot hit it. That's the only downside of the mortars, is they're so unreliable on hitting anything that they're basically only useful when you're fighting like a really large number of targets where even a miss is still a hit. Okay, entity, do not study it. Do you not need to be healed? Alright, whatever. Okay, so one more hit on it will finish it. We're down to one, so the 2 scythers and the pikemen. These are pretty badly injured at this point. Alright. Come on, finish the job. You're such a... Why are mortars so inaccurate? Please finish that one last unit of work for that. Okay, now you can do what you want. I just didn't want it blocked up because there's one unit of work left in that. I do wonder with the Dolifolio ship, I don't actually remember... Aw, man, we're gonna lose another Pollux tree. Like I said, I'm not as worried about the Pollux trees these days. Oh, here, I also want to go here and say shrink. Because we've already carved out enough space to work with. Now we can just store stuff in the freezer. When we get a replacement, we can get a replacement. Uranium ore. We will want that later. Alright. So we should be able to make ourselves... Oh, they need to make it our flak jacket. Yeah, I mean, the tree's already dead, so there's nothing more to say about that one. Yes, we should have a high enough pollution on the map. Eventually they'll reappear. It could be like a year or two in game. It really does have a lot of RNG around it. So I'm not super excited about all that, but it is what it is. There's always the possibility that what I could do later is I could put like one of the Pollux trees inside my perimeter. And whatnot. Alright, come on. Destroy it. I'm gonna use up an entire mortar's barrel. And even with all of that, it's still not going to be enough to kill one defoliator ship. And for the record, that person's a really good shot. Oh, it's so terrible. Like, I wish there was something like you would, zero in, so you'd have your first shots would be, like, really wild, but, like, as you kept shooting at one target more and more, you'd kind of zone into being able to land your hits a lot better. Come on, just hit that last spot. Peace talks is not happening. That's Caravan. Oh, that was so close. You agree this is infuriating? Yeah, if you're using anything less than an anti-grain warhead, it's just so rough. About the only good use for it is just really when you have two people, like, really on top of it. I'm kind of hoping they'll roll in and deal with that. It's the fact that it's no cover to no cover and they have longer range than I do that's got me worried that I'm going to be taking a couple of hits before I can even get into position. And with my luck with those pikemen and lancers, I'm going to step outside the perimeter and someone's going to drop dead from a heart hit or a brain hit or whatever. I was really, really hoping you'd leave down left. And we're out of chem fuel. Actually, for this, So the likely happen is we'll get some more chem fuel here in a minute. And be able to make some more explosives. In the future, we're going to keep 100 of those on standby. Do I take my chances on this? I really don't want to. The rain would work to my advantage here because the pikemen are the biggest threat. And they are already injured now. It's just the fact that my group is like 90% chain shotguns is really the thing that's got me worried. And Bentley, why are you bruised to hell from social fighting? Could you not do that? All right, I know I'm not jumping out when I need to. In this particular case, I think the bolt action is... Well, no, we'll keep the bolt action. So I think you'll be the one to grab the EMPs. Grab those. We can do all that. Hey, VMC, how's it going? So let's get everyone other than those two ready. Of course you're carrying the baby. Why wouldn't you be? That's fine. You jumped the baby in the hallway. We'll deal with that in a minute. Alright, so I want to do this while it's still raining, because that accuracy penalty will help me more than it will hurt me, because it'll penalize all of them. So Siren's going to run out ahead, and what I'm hoping to do is catch when that's off to the side and the pikemen aren't directly underneath it. I want to run out there and try and get the EMP lined up. The Scyther should go down the moment it goes to run in for us. I think that's probably the best I'm going to get. So the rest of you, just for the moment, get to where you have cover. Okay, so Scyther's broken down there. We do have the needle gun is starting to shoot. I could potentially... I'm gonna have to just run out in the open, and I hate it. That's the thing that's got me hesitant to do, I think, is right now I've got cover, and the rain that's working to my advantage. The moment I'm running out there, things are to go bad real fast. I mean, we gotta do it. So start running up there. I'm gonna try and use the defoliator ship to distract as much as we can. Of course, the one person who's got the EMP is the one who eats the first shot. Be fast about it. Okay, let that settle. Okay. Get over here to where you've got the cover. Alright, so the plan is you step out here. Please let me throw. All of you, bunch up over here. Okay, you run down here. Bentley move into the next position. And I guess the rest of you just pile on out. Either gonna land that EMP or you're not. Alright, meanwhile, Bentley, you didn't get hit too bad. Go grab your weapon. And everyone's allowed back out. So the good news, at least nobody died. We got a couple of nasty hits in here, but that's fine. That's about what you expect. The big concern is, like, with where I had to run out of cover and all that to just get in close, you always run the risk of just someone catching a shot to the face or catching a shot to the heart or whatever. I've lost so many colonists that the moment I stepped out to, like, go and engage a fight, just instantly the first character drops dead from the very first shot, and it's just really annoying when you run into that. All right. Yeah, no, that was the thing. I lost a mortar barrel, and I got more than halfway through another one. So one defoliator ship, we went through, what is that? 32 shots. We fired 32 mortar shells, and did not take out a single defoliator ship, which was the only thing we targeted the whole time. With most of the shots being from a person with 16 shooting and careful shooter, which doesn't matter. I don't actually believe the shooting skill applies to mortars. The point is still, it's really annoying how bad mortars are in actually hitting something. Mortars do have a good use, for the record. They are very usable, but it's when you have, 100 people running around here, like a big area where there's a siege raid or whatever. That's where they actually come into their own. Cool, we got you a better lung. All right. We can fit more if we turn them. Or I'm wrong. Hey, Red Hawk Black Sheep. Hope you had yourself a good stream, and welcome in Raiders. There, that'll be fine. Welcome Raiders. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and what were we streaming today? Okay, so that was all of the advanced research stuff. How goes the run? It's going pretty good. We took our first loss this run way earlier due to one of our colonists going berserk, which was unfortunately our incredibly juiced melee pawn. And they caught a child who happened to be right next to him at the time that it happened. Otherwise, we've had some pretty rough engagements, but that's the only one who suffered pretty bad losses. We did sadly lose 2 of our Pollux trees to a defoliator ship, which is going to massively reduce our ability to process pollution. Yeah, well, that's, they joined us as a blind healer. We can go ahead and get that sorted. But yeah, so check out Red Hawk Black Sheep. Another content creator platform, definitely worth hanging out and checking out and all that good stuff. Once we get this done, we can get the... Oh, I'm looking at the wrong tab. We can get the bionic parts so we can get them new eyes. I was kind of low-key hoping we would get lucky and get a second healer, because I did that in one run, and having 2 people with unnatural healing is so ridiculously powerful. Like, just, no joke, unbalanced levels of powerful. Would you not just leave those laying in the door where they're rotting? There you go. Alright. So we're good on wood, we're good on bioferrite. I would like to get another source of bioferrite. That was the caravan rolling through. It's a bummer that they rolled through now. Had they been here a minute ago, they would have been able to help me with those. It's fine. I'm not super worried. Honestly, I probably should have traded reputation with them versus what we did. Because we burned through a barrel and a half trying to kill the defoliator ship and then still had to run out there and engage it ourselves. That said, we did trash a lot of the mechs around it doing so, so it wasn't all bad that we used the mortars. Okay, and how are we doing on the moisture pumps? So that one's done. And And all of the others are pretty early on, except for you done. And that one's done. Now let's check our pollution pumps. That one's right about to be done up there, and it'll be time to relocate it. Honestly, let's go ahead and just relocate it now. We can shove it right here and have it start cleaning up where I want to expand where we're keeping our things that go bump in the night. Because what I'm going to start doing is start making uranium rooms up here. We'll probably also go probably bioregeneration, bionic parts, and then we might drop back to the security door. Which is here somewhere. Oh, it's after the auto doors. That way we can get even better containment rooms and all that. But I should have more enough uranium we could just build entire rooms out of uranium to give us the best containment possible. And just keep going with all that. Food is still doing relatively well. We could certainly use more. Meanwhile, floors. Remove that. Cool. That'll help us. Not really. Okay, so we pulled up all that steel. For steel, we're doing really well right now. And you would give me slate chunks if I left you there. So I don't want that. I don't really have a need for slate. We have steel in there. We have jade out there. We have uranium in this bedroom. I'm not super excited about putting that in a bedroom. But we could certainly use more uranium. I mean, it's probably just going to need to go in the bedroom. Sorry, Bentley, you're going to have a drill in your bedroom. So where people complain about drilling right outside. We can pretend it's right outside. Alright, so we did get an art pollux tree. Its positioning, unlike the last one, really sucks. But it's also still a pollux tree, so we're going to take it. We're just going to go down here and say zone. Dumping, stockpile, paste. Okay. So that'll give us another place to process pollution and all that kind of good stuff. No, it's probably not. We probably wait. I'll expand it up what I can from here, and then we'll put another moisture pump there. Would you please stop beating the absolute crap out of each other? And you, so you both got bruised up. That's fine. Alright, our elephant got the flu. Okay, what I'm going to do is we are going to have ourselves another little ritual here. Because if we do this, I should be able to get my 1 point, and then we're going to go transhumanist. I'm probably going to immediately regret this as everyone starts throwing a fit about it. But that'll let me be able to use the thing to start. I didn't get any development points because we had a boring ritual. Cool. That's fine. But yeah, so I think we'll go transhumanist. That is going to be a massive burden on our food, which I'm not looking forward to. At which point I'm expecting to need to expand our operation here. One thing I could probably do is shrink this field now. And then expand this field to take over that, because that'll give me more corn, which is really, really good food. But I'm just gonna need to keep the food supply coming along. Because the two changes I intend to make is one, to let them use the insect meat for cooking, and then the two is to get them to go transhumanist. Which, like I said, is gonna be a problem because you get hungry faster when you have the neural supercharge going, and they'll want the neural supercharge to keep happy. And it's also a very power-intensive ideology. But with this obelisk here, every like 5 or 6 days, I can get a person to have a not natural part on them. So that should be a way to get them to be transhumanist happy from being augmented. And I got room for 3 de-aging pods. And if we need more, then I will have to expand the hospital again. And that would be kind of a problem, but also not unexpected. And Noplo's our main crafter. And then Siren and Scooter also craft. Okay. Found more gold. This gold is at least in our perimeter, so that's good. So as I go to make more advanced components, we can go with that. So let's go ahead and collapse that. I want to keep a hold of that. What is the better ending in your opinion? I think the Arco Nexus is the most interesting one. Okay. Alright. I should not be engaging a fight of 91 man-hunting raccoons. But it's a mech resurrection serum. So, you know, there may or may not be an immediate fighting of 91 man-hunting raccoons. So I think the place we make this happen is probably down here. And the reason I'm thinking down here is there's no cover out here. I've got too thick of actual decent walls. So everyone in the perimeter, we are hunting la raccoon. How injured are you? Okay, you're only like 1 or 2 points injured. Quest. Mech Resurrection Serum. Let's do this. But the plan is, get our incredibly good melee pawn. We'll open the door, stage the pawn there, get our entire forces bunched up here. That you could just do your thing, Mad Rat. I'm about to have a much bigger concern than one little rat here. So you can just do your thing. Who has not got their weapon? Cerise the Mage, grab your chain shotgun, please. Alright. Because that Mech Resurrected Serum means we get to bring Alana Rama back. And then it would be only appropriate for her to kill Siren. That's just how this works. We haven't had like a refugee event or anything of that nature in an extremely long time now I think about it. Oh, I am Trade Caravan? I'm gonna get real with you. You chose the wrong time to show up in this neighborhood. Do you like raccoons? Aha! 'Cause I hate to be the bearer of bad news. You're about to find out how much you can get along with raccoons. Because there's about to be an unreasonable amount of raccoons involved here. Manhunting pack. Oh, there is the raccoon. So you notice that actually just those tiles there have 20-something raccoons. So that is all the raccoons. Okay, everyone get in position. This is a everyone involved. All hands on deck. We will be using any buffs we can make happen. You get into position here. Chain shotguns. I'm going to need you all to bunch up right next in line. Luxury, get all the way to the back. Illicit, get towards the back. So what we might be able to do is this might work to our advantage, because with them showing up, it looks like they're going to position here. I could probably pop the door, get the raccoons to bunch up here, and hit them from both sides. So we'll lock that door to open. You need to be farther up. You need to be farther up. You need to be bunched up in here. Is that everyone? Yep. All right. Alright, we get ourselves our combat boost. So this should be close enough. It should be, some of them will break off and attack me, and some of them will break off and attack them. Hold the line. Drop a flare to split them up a little. Flare him again. Flare him again. And I can pop out and help them. I'm hesitating to do that, mostly because I won't get penalized if they die to the raccoons. I will get penalized if I accidentally hit them and hurt them. So I'm kind of just letting this play out. I'm gonna reposition down here. Okay, are they all dead? Okay, the only ones that aren't dead aren't going to survive. Alright, so with that in mind, we can go ahead and deal with a whole bunch of free stuff. So the door surprisingly survived, nothing else did there. Okay, are there any here that we can potentially save? Alright, so a Night Dweller. You're gonna rescue them. Most of the others are all dead. Lightning, you try to rescue them. So are you not gonna trade me? We're still doing that trade thing, right? Right? No? Ooh, hey. So Bentley. Actually, Luxray. You grab that, please. Because that's an upgrade for you. We got more chain shotguns and all that laying around. How about you? You've got 4 hours. I only have 2 doctors, right? Tag him with unnatural healing. We're basically trying to save as many of them as we can. Because with that, if I save a bunch of them, we can get some reputation bonuses. Cool. So that's a big win. We got a bunch of free stuff. We are going to get a mech resurrection serum. We got a ton of raccoons. Please stop standing in the corpse rot and get that one raccoon out of the door, please. All of you are unrestricted. Oh, I also need to go down to your schedule here. Schedule. Luxray is recreation all day. Because they're a child, I want them to age up well, that whole nonsense. Please stop standing in the corpse rot. What we still have here that we could put to use? I do think you should haul in that chain shotgun as a priority. The bolt action, and the other bolt action. And the other chain shotgun. Man, they had some goodies in that group. Pods have arrived with the uranium and mech resurrection serum. Okay, so with that, what I'm going to need to do is I need someone to open that up. Hey, Luxray, go ahead and pull the person who was the child in the colony before you. Disease infection on Nick. That's fine. So you're going to use it on you. And then meanwhile, we've got an infection on you. Tend to them real fast. And welcome back, Alana Rama. Okay, obelisk study is complete. I am not getting rid of that. We're going to be putting that to use. We do have the true party thing available. Let's wait just a minute to do that. Wait, actually, are you all patched up? You know what? Let's not wait a minute to do this. We can just do this right now. Come on, give me a point. Cool. That's what we wanted here, because now I can go in here and say social, reform, and transhumanist. And then the other one we were going to do is say we are on team. We like the meat of the bug. So we're gonna go ahead and pop in here and go to our meals and say animal products. Then animal products meat. And insect jelly or insect meat is allowed. And honestly, we'll just use that for the regular meals. Disease infection on Nick, because of course. Alright, so we're trying to save them. Okay, you're ready to use again. Okay, so we have someone who's got... Alright, so you have no augmentations. So go ahead and trigger that on yourself, because everyone's going to be like, me, I want to have a weird mod on my body. So we're happy we got ourselves a little bit of a mod going on there. So that's good news. And with this, we also need to go to Ideology, Neural Supercharge. And everyone gets one. Alright. Which is going to be just eating up all of our components for a while. It just is what it is. Alright. Sorry about that. So Neural Supercharge gives you a bonus in your ability to work on stuff, but as a consequence of it also makes you need more food. So it ends up being as much of a negative as a positive. How are you growing strawberries? You just put down a grow zone. I don't really have a good place to put it. You just go and put down a grow zone. Come on, let me select just this one. And then I'd go down here and it says strawberries. So you just go where it says plant and you just choose strawberries. And then you're good. And the pollution? Oh no, we've been pulling the pollution up. That's what we're doing, is we're slowly cleaning up the pollution. We're putting out these trees out here. I forgot the trees were destroyed up there. The trees out here, these Pollux trees, they very slowly absorb pollution. So you'll see, like, I've got a little pocket here where it's not polluted. I drop a bag of pollution here. It'll rot, fill that back in. And so we're very slowly cleaning the pollution out. And then we've also got a bunch of bags of pollution just sitting in our freezer. Yeah, I did see there's an advanced component still out there. They'll get to it. We have a mech hive approaching, and we found steel. Alright, so... Oh, that is bad. Everyone into the perimeter first of all. That is a lot of pikemen, and scorchers, and tessers, and lancers, and a legionary. That is a real bad raid. Hey, allies? Look, buddies, pals, broskies, friends. Oh, they're not advanced. They're not advanced tech. Alright, so I'm on my own fighting this one. So first of all, before anything else, this is not going to be a fight about getting lucky with a bolt-action rifle. This is going to be a fight that's going to be just about dumping damage into someone else. And we're going to need to position ourselves such that they have to come into our base, and we can fight them kind of one on, you get the idea. But yeah, people are going, that's a big yikes. Yes, that is an S-tier yikes going on right there. Because the problem is it's actually a well-balanced group. So these ones, the Lancers and these Pikemen, if I try to fight them at range, they have a very strong advantage. Now if I try and pull them up close, then the Scorchers become a problem because they fire a cone of fire forward, and they can easily scatter my people. And the Legionnaires mostly just salt on the wound. The Tessers can also do a little bit of fire. I'm not as worried about the Tessers. It's the Scorchers and the Lancers and all that are a big problem. So we need to get that door held open really fast. Because my plan... Actually, change of plan. That door. No, that's still got all the corpses at. This door here. We're going to hold this door down here open. And the reason I want to do that is I want to draw them into coming to this location. With the idea being, I will put my melee pawn back just a little ways here, so I have to come in and go around. And I just need to drop EMP. Okay, they're beginning their assault. Alright, everyone. And I don't like getting kids involved, but this is a very all-hands-on-deck kind of fight. This is our colony is probably not seeing tomorrow kind of fight. So we're gonna try our best, though. We're not gonna just throw down the towel, but it is not. The other reason I'm doing this is I've got the trees here to give me a tiny bit of cover. Yeah, it's a do or die fight. We either make it work or it's all over. Or it's all ogre now. So the real big hope is that they do not hit the walls, that they instead take the bait. I've got all these targets just all bunched up for them, ready to be shot at.
We need a powerful war speech before battle.
We need a powerful war speech before battle. Alright, well, we've got our leader here. That's not our leader here. Who's our leader? Scooter. So Scooter's aside, they're going to have their impromptu war speech to motivate the troops, to get everyone on board. And so after a mild bit of hyperventilating, they've said, "Oh God, please shoot them all." It was an inspiring speech. Everyone questioned why they were the leader, and are they truly actually that level of charismatic? But, you know, there was also a whole bunch of enemies raining down on them, so there's not really time to think our actions through on a more meaningful level. Alright, get those things there. So realistically, Siren is not going to get to keep their shield, as immediately evidenced by the very first shot knocking out our own shield. Drop the flare to try and stun it. This is going... Don't let it. Alright. Stop scattering from the fire, please. No. If you're gonna scatter anywhere but that way. Alright, so honestly, the very first part has gone extremely well, way better than I had hoped. They did try to find cover behind the trees, and by doing so, they actually ended up just standing there and letting me just shred them with the chain shotguns. So very genuinely, I'm surprised that went nearly that smoothly. So this might actually go without too much of a problem. Here, actually, drop the flare. Come on. Come on. That stun will wear off, and I want to keep things going. Scooter, I'm going to need you to keep working on those fires, friend. The last thing I need is, like, a fire showing up next to us. Get him. Okay, you're good. Get back in position. Okay, so it's an arm hit. Honestly, actually, what am I doing? We can make this work in a good way. So go hit the crap out of that. All my ranged, every single one of you, dump over here as fast as you can. And Illicit, you're going to immediately pivot and drop the EMPs there. And sorted. Okay. Alright. Yeah, so the flares provide light, but the big thing I'm using there is a lot of enemies, they get a mild stun on them. So it's not as strong of a stun as like an EMP is, but it's a solid stun. So when you have bunches of enemies like that, it's good to just toss a flare on them. Even if it just disrupts them from firing for 1 second, that's that many shots that you're not getting hit by. So that went well, all things considered. We didn't take any serious injuries. We only got 1 or 2 people who took some minor hits. I got really worried when the one Scorcher came up here and sprayed right across the group. It didn't hit as many people. Yeah. Bootleg flashbang. Yeah, no, it's really solid. Knocking the first flamethrower. Well, that's the thing that got the advantage. I didn't think about it, but the enemies were trying to get behind these sapling trees for cover. So they, instead of fighting and going right here and fighting me at the angle like the pikemen did, they all raced in the room, which I have like 6 or 7 or 8 chain shotguns now, which worked out perfectly. Because that just meant I got to just shred them for several seconds before they even tried to defend themselves. We'll get you that masterwork bolt action that you've been using since the very beginning. So that went really well because the AI really wanted to get cover, which I don't blame it. I would have also debated whether or not I should go for cover or not. But yeah, so the big concern was if one of the flames had, like, if one of the Scorchers is managed to get around this corner and then spray its Scorch shot across there, it was scattered all but like my far back ones, and that would have just been absolute chaos pandemonium, because then all my people, instead of shooting, would have been running in all sorts of directions to try and, you know, get the fires out. But I mean, that was the whole strategy down there, was to basically bottleneck how fast they could come through. The critters are rampant in the garden. Yeah, they're gonna do that. Once we get these out of the way, we'll deal with that. And the good news is, we almost became allied with another group just by the sheer number of people who in that raccoon raid that actually we patched up and got out of there. The other good news is, while that was a really nasty raid, it gave us something like 30 components. At least snow corpse rot? Yeah. Alright, so we still got plenty of surplus power. We're starting to get our neural superchargers set up. Oh man, those are costly on power. I forgot how greedy all these things are. We are now allied with that group who has sent the caravan that got assaulted by the raccoons. Because we saved 3 of their people, we got allied with them. So we used them as cannon fodder because they ended up being here. Are the tiles around you polluted as well? Oh yeah, no, all this red out here is a bad time. So toggle off studying it. There's no need to study that anymore. We will still suppress it, which is fine. So we've got steel. And pretty soon they're gonna scrap the mechs. Let's where's the scrap? Okay, so shred mech is. Oh, do you have unrestricted? There's the problem. Okay, so we've got all the bodies out of there. They're shredding the mechs. We've resecured the perimeter. So meanwhile, all you raccoons who decided it'd be great to sneak in here for a mealtime, well, you're on the menu, friends. OC just gets better every update? Yeah. That's one of the mods I'm running, and I'm blanking on the name of it. It makes tracks that are not normally available on your game situation available. So, like, for example, there is one track that's only available when, I can't remember if it's like Duke or Count or whatever. You got to get really high up on royalty. I don't know if I have it up there. It's like OST unlocker or something like that. But normally you can only get it when you have a very high rank in your royalty titles. And I've just got a mod that's like, no, we can have the music anytime. It's fine. And I need to update that command. Like, we don't have hardly any mods that are changing stuff. Like, also, I don't have random research. Now, don't stop the music means it's always playing music. You don't get those weird spells of nothing, like no music playing. But I have a different thing. I think it's called OST Unlocker is the name of the mod, if I'm remembering correctly. That, like I said, it makes it so, for example, you can get the anomaly music without actually having activated the museum, or the the monolith. You can get the royalty music without having to earn the titles. Because I don't ever do the royalty thing hardly ever. So if I didn't turn it on, I would never hear the tracks. And they're decent tracks. How is our power doing? We are already straining it. And I'm hesitant to try and turn on another bioferrite generator because I don't think I'm producing that much bioferrite. Like, right? Yeah, no, we're actually already ahead on the bioferrite use. For the moment, we'll cancel these. Let's cancel these for now. I've still got 1800 watts. I will get, so that'll be 400 watts. Okay, so I should be able to build 3 more of these and be okay. Royalty is a pain for decorating. Yeah, for me it was when the game first came out, the way I kind of looked at it was, to me it was like Space Wild West. Is kind of the way my brain approached it. So when they added like the psychic powers and all that, to me that's more Warhammer 40k, and there's nothing wrong with that. But my brain is kind of like, no, that's not what it is. I'm just checking to see if anyone is like, I want to be de-aged. No, everyone's pretty okay with it right now. Alright, so looking at our ages, you probably do need to be de-aged. So it's age reversal use. So you're 63. Who else? Do we have anyone else who's got some years on them? Scooter's the only other one with any real years on them. Alright, so after bioregeneration, let's go to the bionic replacements. Because that'll help Noaplo get some eyes. So you're the only one, Scooter's the only one who really needs some age reducial. Some reason your game hates VFE? I don't know what you mean by VFE. Okay, so we can have the Sanguiphages show up, and they could give us a flat screen TV. I don't know where we would put it, maybe up here facing down. I don't actually have a place I could fit that. I'm going to actually say no, because they can trigger a raid sometimes. That's actually a pretty rough raid. And I'm perfectly content with our immediate situation. Oh, Vanilla Faction's expanded? Gotcha. Alright, so... You got a bunch of random weapons we're not going to use. I'm not going to use the pump shotgun. Not gonna use a Pila. We got a bunch of worn out armor that we could go ahead and get rid of.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I don't need that one. I could take the compact. Oh, we want. I would like those. I don't know if that's a thing I can make happen. Can I make the reinforced barrels happen? Probably not. I would really like them, but that's well outside. So I want some. That's 2 reinforced barrels. I can live with that. So at least get our mortars back online. Hey, please get that out from being outside so, it's got use. Cool. So it does basically turn our weapons back on. Okay, once you're done learning, let's get you a weapon. Right now it's probably going to be your neurospiker you were using. Meanwhile, we'll put you in for age reversal. Alright. And we want to set that up so it'll automatically trigger for them to do the age reversal again and again. It's really a bummer that our unnatural healing person's the one with age reversal. Unless, I actually don't know. I actually don't know when they're in for age reversal if the cooldown on their abilities still runs down. Because I could totally get on board with they pop out, they do their unnatural healing, and then the moment they've done unnatural healing, pop back in for an age reversal while it cools off again. But it's never been a concern before knowing about cooldowns relative to the age reversal. Usually my big concern is about having too many pawns who I need to be ready to fight not able to fight because, they're stuck in the age reversal pod thing. Okay, so we're almost done there. Okay, so you're done. Which would be good, because that'll free up a little bit more power. Okay, and how are you doing? They're getting there. Alright. Yeah, so it's going to take a little while before I can actually get the next room built. Because we go 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So once we get that room built, we'll do that. After we get the bionic stuff, we're going to go for the security door and all that. To make that into a security door room. And we're just going to try and get more advanced things popping in here. I put just a regular wall across here. When the time is right. But the idea is like shimmy back and forth and give ourselves space for containing a whole bunch of scary things that go bump in the night. All of the corpses. Oh, did it reset your stuff? It did. Actually, we'll do it the other way. And schedule, and you're all good. All right. So, we're having the ad in progress. I'm going to quickly use the restroom. I didn't catch it till a little ways in, but that's fine. So I'm going to quickly step away, use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute.
look at you. Oh, it's nice that you're handsome.
Love.
Love. I need you to move. Let me in. All right. Can oh no, I can't get out. There, get out. Yeah, that's what I've done. Is I've told them to get out of the way, and they're just all, yay! Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I never tried. The way we'd find out is I just back up the van and say, "Okay, can you hook up?" And it either won't give me the option or will. Why? 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 Alright, and I am back. We're gonna pause this real fast. Alright. So the thing I'm debating real fast is I am debating... One second, looking for anyone else who doesn't have a mutation. I am debating that there is a game that I was given access to called Go-Go Town, which is a city building style game, but it's always ones that you like resource collect, craft, that kind of things for your means of resource building and everything. And so I am debating if we're going to be switching up to play that or not, because I don't want to go just the whole stream RimWorld. I do want to mix it up, because people who've been around know that I like to do 2 different games in a day where I stream for 9 hours, do about half the stream on one game, half the stream on the other. And I'm kind of going back and forth on that. And it's just because it keeps the content fresh for me, it keeps the content fresh for a lot of people. I am a variety streamer, so I don't, like, it doesn't matter how good, bad, or otherwise the game is, I usually won't play one game all of the time. That said, about a third of the time I stream this past year has been RimWorld. And it is the second most played game of all time on the channel. Which it's been the most consistently played game on the channel and all that. The only game that's got more hours is Project Zomboid, but it's kind of, I literally played 3,500 hours of Project Zomboid when I first started streaming for like a year and a half, after which, like, I've all but stopped playing. Like, I play it like once a month or once every other month now, as opposed to nearly as much as I was. I do think I want to put a moisture pump down here next. Start clearing that out so we can make that into limestone as well. And you're pulling up the uranium, so that's good news. Yeah, so I've got a lot of weight to pull up. I am going to build the other moisture pump here. I was holding off on it because it's not a great position for it. But that'll still speed things up to get more containment rooms on there. Now we could also go up here and build a moisture pump in this room. Because we are starting to take a bunch of that down. Okay. But yeah, so I'm debating that one. The only reason I'm debating that one is it's a very different game from what we're playing. It's kind of the hesitation, so it's a very steep switch. And then also those things that, like, you get conscious about stuff when it comes to game switching and how it impacts your channel and yada yada yada. There's a lot to unpack there. Alright, so we do have a lot of bioferrets. That's good news. Food, we're slowly going down, though. And so I do worry I'm going to just have to expand our food more. We should be actually getting a bunch of these made into meals, though, by now. That's fine. We'll figure it out. Oh, of course I did. Delete that zone, delete that zone. Sorry, Elephant, I'm gonna get rid of you. Because I've come to the realization I don't want you making a mess everywhere, which is why I haven't bringing you inside and helping you help haul. Alright, so we've got a leathery stranger has approached. Okay. Super immune and joyous. What is our new person who is going to be causing us no grief? What? So super immune, a joyous, and you have nothing that is really a big negative. Let me talk to you. Let me talk to you. Oh, wait, you can't talk because you're inside the pod. Okay. I was like, why can I not right-click? Right, you are currently de-aging. The leathery stranger stares into space and speaks in a monotone as though she hardly sees anyone or anything. She refuses to leave, insisting she is only interested in your colony, and she says that she can help. Hargrove is a bringer of joy and serenity whose abilities go beyond mere charisma. She lifts spirits and inspires others by telling jokes and spreading blissful thoughts. She may be very useful, but you sense there's something she's not telling you. She is going to absolutely be allowed to join. Welcome aboard. You even brought your own weapon, so thank you for that. That's very convenient. I do appreciate that. So we'll go ahead and get you set up here. It would have been a lot better if you happened to have been a doctor as well, but I can live with what we got. So you can help out with construction and art and all that. That's fine. How old are you? 45? We can live with this. And immediately, we're going to drop everything. We got our new colonists hanging out, and absolutely everything is getting dropped, and we are immediately starting a conversion ritual, and we're going to discuss her, her heresy. So let's get that sorted out right away. Now, we could just have an immediate masterful one. That would be great. I mean, it was effective. I'm not going to complain about that. Actually, for you, let's get you another chain shotgun. The chain shotgun's just way more damage. I'd like to get more assault rifles to have a bit more mix of range. Alright. The big thing is I don't actually have much need for another construction pawn right now. Not really. Because of how slowly everything goes with the other stuff we got going on. It's just not been that urgent. Alright, so that's good news. We can start tearing all that down. Cool, so we're basically tearing down all the wood tiles that we should be able to tear off without exposing anything. Animal flu, that's fine. Yeah, a bunch of animals are dying out there. Surprisingly, we haven't killed these ones, but that's because we've got the hunting set to a fairly low priority, so that is a-okay. All right. And meanwhile, so far as Hargrove, we need to go ahead and get them names. So Hargrove is not an empty queue. Don't lie to me. It's not empty. There we go. Sentient Cookie, welcome to the colony. I need to figure out why that happens. All right. Or else, like, have it have logic where if it does come up with no names, then it just goes through and draws a new one. Okay. And the other thing I'm going to need to do is get a drill going for limestone. Because we're going to run out of brick soon. Oh, our children's clothing is literally disintegrating. We can go ahead and fix that. So kids' pants, do until you have 5 of at least 80% quality. Kids' shirts, do until you have at least 5 of 80% quality. And kids' parkas, do until you have at least 5 of 80% quality. Or hit points or whatever. So basically, make sure you have a couple of shirts and pants and all that that are not worn out. Okay. Yeah, so the thing we'll do is we'll play this a little bit longer, and then we'll check out the Go-Go Town game. All right, so where we had the person who showed up who makes everyone happy around them, and they're like, oh, something's wrong. They have a debuff called Crumbling Mind. That's actually a really bad one, but the good news is we have someone who has Unnatural Healing. So where normally this would be a big deal where you need mech serum or whatever, we can just Unnatural Healing and boom. We've just solved their problem, and now we get their bonus where they just make everyone around them happy. And they don't have their negative. So that is just a win-win. And how are we doing on power? We got 1,000 watts of power left over. That's because those aren't running right now. Okay, and for these, automatically re-queue up the age reversal. Meanwhile, for Sentient Cookie, once you're converted and you start asking for age reversal, then we will deal with it. And bonus flesh tentacle? Yep. Bulk Trade's good is approaching. All right. So let's see what we've got going on right now. We'll sell the tiny bit of insect jelly. Sell the trace amounts of leather. Sell the Sai tea. Sell all our worn out face masks. Sell these worn out clothes, sell those worn out clothes. Okay, so we can get some more stuff from them. Is there anything they have we want? They don't have components. I really don't need more tribal medicine. Like, I really do not need more tribal medicine. Alright, meanwhile we can go and talk to you. So you can use up to 50 more. So tribal medicine, we're going to give them 290. And the other thing is going to give them... Honestly, this is a bad idea, but I'm just going to go through the list of clothing here. And give them all the regular clothes we have. That's already enough to get us to allied. We'll go ahead and toss the dye in on top of that. Alright, so we've got ourselves properly situated to stay as allies. We just cleared a bunch of junk out of our room. One thing I'm going to probably want to do is drop all those down to like 2. Because I'm going to need to rework on making all of them. Let's just go and get rid of the capes entirely. I'm not actually using those. Alright, so that'll help. So basically we just burned a whole bunch of crafting stuff to make sure we keep them, you know, bestest buddies. I found it to be very meaningful to keep other factions as friends. Like, it'd be nice to get these two to be friends as well, so down to just those ones raiding. And then plus, in a pinch, sometimes they'll show up and help you out when you're in trouble. Masterwork face mask, cool. And you're still working through the uranium. I'm gonna probably need a second drill. And try and find a place where we can get the limestone going so we can start getting that, because we're going to run out soon. Alright. Hey, Darkstrider, how's it going? The other thing could oh, you know what I need to do? Something I haven't done this whole time. I need to apply that tech print that's been sitting around this whole time.
Take a sip.
Alright.
What's the worst that could happen?
Okay, so our colony's getting pretty big. I usually don't like to let my colonies get this size. There's just a certain point as they get bigger and bigger that kind of become more and more of a nuisance as far as I'm concerned. It's just more to keep track of, and then you end up just dealing with way more, like, mood breaks and all that. Have I had my dinner? I have been eating most of my dinner already. Too deep infestation in the bedroom. Okay, that's kind of a bummer. Get you into position. Be fast about this. I'm a little concerned that I'm seeing dust up here. Back off farther. I'm getting really worried that... Where are you going? I'm getting worried that what's going to happen is they're going to pop out. Okay, we were fine. I was just getting paranoid with seeing all the dust going up. I was going to have people popping up there. And Darkstrider getting their 65 stream streak. So thank you so much, Darkstrider, for catching the last 65 streams without missing a single one. So thank you so much for that. Alright, come on. Where are you going? Come on, door close. Come on. Alana's like, not like this. I'm getting in the pod. Okay, so they did destroy all that. Let's go up here and deal with that nonsense. All the other ones... Okay, so you got one here and one there that needs to die. So we'll have you turn around and kill that so it can't get back up. Alright. Look at the redeem. I did see the redeem. Bear with me for a moment. I know you did the redeem for, like, you know, making me eat and all that kind of stuff. I'm still gonna wait a moment till it's, like, a good time for doing it. Alright. Go to bed. Get your treatment. Where are you going, by the way? The boomalope got hurt? Oh, you've got animal flu. That's a thing. That's fine. Can we please get these corpses out of the room with the baby before they start getting corpse rot? There we go. Alright, so we got bionic replacements. So that's good news. What was the next thing I said I was going to do? Because I know I want those. I don't think that's the next thing I had planned for, though. We've got the bionic replacement. I'm not worried about the skin hardening right there. I'm not worried about shield and growth fats and all that. Yeah, I can start doing... Oh, right. It was the security doors where we're going. Guessing a natural healing only works on humanoids? Honestly, I've never tried on something that's not a humanoid. I would probably only use it on an animal, like, if I was falling way behind and it was an animal I really cared about. So, like, to give you an idea, where... There you are, Sunshine Cookie. Oh, flesh tackle animals? Yeah, that would definitely not work. Hi.
I wish I knew what it was like to be as attractive as you.
Why would you want to be ugly?
No, you are incomprehensibly attractive.
Yeah. I love you.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
Alright, and so we've got Sentient Cookie converted over to the same ideology as everyone else, so that's good news. Oh, that also means we are ready to go here and say bionic eyes. Keep one on standby. Bionic arms. Well, actually, not bionic arms. Bionic legs. Honestly, just the bionic eyes. And we're just going to say do 2 times. Because then we'll get the 2 eyes for no upload. And that'll be plenty. Alright, so with that, we're going to go ahead and have Sentient Cookie do an age reversal. Hopefully Sentient Cookie doesn't leave the colony, because that would make me a little bit salty, because that means they'll be bound to that pod. But we have no way of knowing until they either commit to staying or leaving. Alright, we can not build there yet. Shoot Frenzy, that's fine. How are we doing at our pollution pumps? Okay, you're effectively done here. So let's reinstall you over here to start clearing that out. Yeah, the pollution bags are starting to build up in here, and that's just because we did lose 2 of our Pollux trees. We got 1 back, but we're still down by 1. And you're ready to rock and roll, so who here does not have weird stuff going on? There you go. We have an invisible creature has been detected. All hands on deck, we might have a revenant. So let's go right here. If the door opens on its own, it's a revenant. Because the Sight Stealers cannot do that. Okay, it went by without opening the door. I'm noticing a problem with this. So we're going to shrink the zone in the future to not include that and chop down that tree. So what we're going to do is that means it's probably a Sight Stealer. We get everyone in position. We're going to pop the door, let the Sight Stealer reveal it, absolutely annihilate it with our guns and all that. That is a big problem, actually. Okay, slightly new plan. You're all going to move up with them. Okay. So, we don't know how my Sight Stealers are going to show up or when they're going to show up. So everyone get out of here. Get that tree cut down immediately, because that's a problem. But the good news is the Sight Stealers will not just randomly break into your base or whatever. They just kind of swarm outside, so it's kind of like a Manhunter pack in that regards. Had that been a Revenant, it would have just let itself in, gone to whoever it had targeted, and went to hibernate them or whatever. But that's the reason I grouped everyone up, is this many chain shotguns. Between the chain shotguns, the 2 crossbows, and a flare, the Revenant wouldn't get away. We would just absolutely piecemeal it. And even if it got away, it'd be so badly injured, we'd be able to get it handled pretty quick. So you got a visitor going. We'll get to figure out the Sight Stealers are already here, because if they are, this person is incredibly dead. Okay. So take the Psi T. Take the weapons here I'm not going to use at any point. So no longer take the Psi T. Is there anything else you have that I might want? Not really. Keep the change. But that's the reasons I have, if you look at my invisibility detection, all of it covers the outside perimeter. So I can tell where danger is, and no matter which way they go to get into my base, they have to pass through one of these areas where I'm going to get some eyes on their stuff going on. Oh, right. I was going to have you trigger yourself a mutation. That way they stop being like no artificial enhancement. Instead we get a small bonus. Because now if we look at them, the tentacle doesn't actually give them a negative. Actually, you didn't get a tentacle, did you? If we check one of the ones that does have a tentacle, the tentacle no longer gives them a negative. But they do get a bonus for being considered transhumanist enhanced. Okay, we're doing fine on steel. It's just making the components. I never did check. If I queued up to make components multiple time with different people, if that would work. So you got the emergency approach, a legendary nerve spiker and a masterwork, or do we want to make them allied? There's it doesn't matter because they're not gonna live. Oh, you did not bring enough friends. Yeah, so there is enough. I've got 4 of these currently triggered. So let's run down here. That seems like the place to fight from. They're about to get a real bad day. So we're losing this quest because... Yeah, you think we're surrounded? Uh-huh. Because that one's fired, this one was just fired, the one over here was just fired. But you notice they've all just turned off because the Sight Stealers are running down there to get them. Okay, so bring everyone in here real fast. Maybe defend yourselves? I love how just one of them is trying to fight, and the others are just leaving them to die. Now I know that's not all of them, because they had 4 different locations highlighted. Your colonists hear a huge number of distant sights are screaming their twisted rage. They will arrive immediately or in days from now. So it's interesting. I mean, you're gonna die. That feels a little mean. Also with that, let's go ahead and... see what happens here. Alright, so we don't know how many enemies are still going to be here. We do have some enemies detected around this one. It's probably 1 or 2 stragglers from the first wave. We'll let everyone patch up for a minute, and then we'll go ahead and pop back out to cause some mayhem. Alright, let's get everyone back into position. I'm glad you didn't get caught, Bentley. You, You definitely went the route of running outside of the perimeter there to engage this. Alright, they should see us. Is that all of them? Are we done? Alright, go back to taking care of your stuff. Okay, so I think we're okay. We don't have any of the invisibility alarms going off. And like I said, we have pretty much the outside perimeter covered by them. This will be a good one down here for just covering a large area once it's ready. It's just not. That's good news. I'm not going to bother capturing any of them. They're only worth like one bioferrite per whatever the cycle time is. So I don't think that's necessarily worth my time or effort to do that. I want the advanced stuff. Oh, did we actually remember to take them off study? Oh, good. So when that one died, it did drop a shard. Yeah, so I think it's just waiting for the next wave, and then we'll deal with the next wave. Okay. So this sucks. So we've got a breacher raid of mechs. The good news is there's not much range in there. There's a couple of pikemen, and then there's the termite itself. The downside is we're about to have sight stealers attack. So realistically, we're about to get hammered by that. I'm honestly debating whether it's a good idea for me to just run out there real fast and deal with that. Who do I want? A lot of these pawns I'm fairly attached to. Can they attack each other? Yes. The problem is we don't know when the sight stealers are coming, and I can't wait for them to attack to do things. I also got to watch because they're probably going to breach up here, and that could be a big problem for me. I don't really have a good angle of doing this because they've got better range than I do. So let's see where they start making their move to try and breach. I'm hoping we'll have the sight stealers show up and just engage them, because that would be the best case scenario. I think realistically the sight stealers are going to show up while this is going down. It looks like they're going to breach containment, which is kind of the worst case scenario, but it's also kind of the most expected outcome. No, actually you're going over here. Please stop switching directions. Okay, it's still pushing forward. This might work out really well for us then. Especially if that termite takes that much of a lead. Oh, that is honestly a good place for you to attack. For my purposes. I wanted to move forward. Come on, move forward. I just want you to be where I can get around this corner without having to be slammed with pikemen the whole way in. Where? Wrong angle. Okay. They are here. Everyone inside. Get ready to fight in the hallways. You honestly position farther forward than I necessarily want you. All the rest of you pile in behind. Stop smashing through for my bedrooms. You've gained access to my building. Just go for us. What? Why are you attacking the door? You're not supposed to attack the door. You're supposed to stay in. All right, you two. New plan. You are with us. I can't have you off on your own if they're going to just randomly change their AI strategy. Would you turn down so I could just deal with this? Alright, new plan. All of you run over here. Hey, Lilo, how's it going? Stop going that way. Look, man, just choose a side. There, so you breached. You breached this, come on in. You don't need to do anything else. Just walk in here. I didn't want you to be involved, no upload, but you're already here, so I guess you're involved. Well, that's not what you want. Fall back. I need them to not be in the situation where they got all this cover stuff going on. Where are you seeing that? So they're working their way around here. The problem is I don't know how many site stealers we're also doing. Why are you just drilling a hole across my entire base? Just destroy something. Alright, well, we put a stop to that nonsense, finally.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Alright, new plan. So you're gonna go here. All the rest of you are gonna pile in behind. Oh, you need to grab a different weapon. It's fine. It's too late for you to do anything else. Where are you going? Oh, you're just finding a different route around. That's totally fine. Okay. Do you have a flare pack on you, mage? You do? First one's yours. Okay, so they're still being detected. So this isn't over yet. In the meantime, they were jerks and they destroyed pretty much all of the walls here. So rebuild that wall, Rebuild this wall, rebuild this wall, rebuild this wall, rebuild this wall, and this wall, and this wall, and those walls, and this wall. There was no reason for any of that. So that's still detecting invisible enemies, so we're just going to hold our spot, let them come to us. Yep, so we're detecting them. Okay, is it done? Because people need to eat. So the good news is for them to get in here, they got to get in range for that one to trigger. So unless we see invisibility thing triggered, we're okay. I'm doing pretty good. I'm just a little annoyed that that thumper just went right through here. I'm like, what are you doing? As it was just trashing one thing after the other. It's like, you clearly have to have some kind of objective. I'm going to go by the fact that we haven't seen more as in we're in the clear, because it should have done something by now with someone, and it hasn't, so I'm feeling relatively okay that we're in the clear there. We can also go over here. I just remember we never did smooth this outside wall, so it gets repaired, so let's get that going. We can also patch that up, patch that up. Okay, we were not done. Rally everyone. Oh, I don't actually think it was a new enemy. I think it's one of the downed enemies recovered and got back up. That's fine. We're working on it. Okay, we're slowly patching up all the holes in the wall. Well, that time it just walked back out the door. That's on you. You brought it inside but didn't really bring it inside. Yeah, no, it was a breacher raid, so as the mech breacher raid, I don't mind them destroying the walls, that's what they're supposed to do. Is the fact it was just smashing through wall after wall, like it had access to our storage room, it could have gone to literally anywhere in our base other than like the hospital and the fridge for our valuables. But it's like, no, screw your walls, man. No walls for you. So rebuilding all that, that'll be fine. Just want them to patch up that hole real fast so that this is enclosed so the boomlope gets put back in where it needs to be. Cool, and then security door. We can add a build for advanced components. Do until you have 10. Yeah, that way I have more than one person able to do those things. So it won't just leave them half done. Okay, so that's enclosed again. Should be enclosed. Why is it not considered enclosed? Oh, I see. There's a route through here and a route out. Okay. That should be done in a minute, though. There, now it's enclosed, so... Someone bring it home. Someone's already out. Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure is that we didn't lose our boomalope because we need that for our Okay, so now I could queue all of them to automatically age reversal as we need, and we're good. Okay, so we did survive that raid. We've got the outer walls enclosed. Now they're just doing tidy up and cleaning, so that's all good news. We could leave that open for an emergency. Alright, so I'll just go until we have our next ad break, and when we have our ad break, I'll do the flip, because that's just a couple minutes off. But while the ad break's going, I'll take the time to do the flipping of the game, because normally I would have flipped probably about an hour ago or so. I don't know. We had stuff going on in the game that felt like I just wanted to like ride it out, see what's going on there. But I usually do 2 games a night when I stream. It's pretty typical. Okay. So we are starting to push the limit on our power. Once I get that done, that'll be basically what I can afford. Because as it spikes up, it's dropping to about 300 watts, which puts you like right on the fence. Oh, and I need you to grab your chain shotgun again. There you go. So, we definitely need to get these bodies under control. We are just having more and more bodies pile up in the various rooms. I do have a Night Dweller who's set to haul as able, but the problem is as our needs for food have gotten higher and higher and I need to cook more and more, getting that availability just isn't happening. And I don't really want to let the kids out of the perimeter, because my luck is they'll go all the way up to the edge of the map and then decide they're going to rest there, and then we have a raid and they just die, because that's just the way it's always played out for me when that's gone on. But we'll figure it out. The good news is they are gradually getting the site stealers out of here. Because that's Kalaria's taking care of it right now. And that's just how much faster Kalaria is with that field hand, that Kalaria has availability to sit here and haul. Bulk goods trader ship. We could do that. Alright, so give me the medicine. Take the cloth and the leather, take the Sai tea. Take the psychoid leaves. Take the worn out mask. Take the worn clothing. And that'll probably do. I'd like the components as well, but it's not going to happen. You are getting slate chunks, which is not what I'm looking for. So we're going to reinstall that. And we're going to move it over here. So get off of that and do something else. And I can pop down here and talk to you. And see if it real fast we can get lucky and get what we need out of them. Alright, so it's not a whole lot that you want that I have, unfortunately, that I'm willing to give up. At the same token, there's also not a lot that you have that I want. I would take that. I can't really afford it. They don't have much I could throw your way to... Oh, here, have the tiny bit of pemmican. I could give them a bunch of the insect meat, which certainly wouldn't be a bad idea. But I kind of need that insect meat for, my own food. I'm willing to give up some of these outfits. That's fine. So that gave us more medicine. Because ultimately, in the long run, if we're really hurting for food, I can always trade away the medicine as well as an option. Are you done? Yeah, so you're done. You've got nothing more to pick up. And the rest of you are still working. Okay. Well, the Harbinger trees are eating well tonight. There's no question about that. Okay, we got the security door. Go to xenogenetics next. Because xenogenetics, I can start doing stuff like making our people run faster, making it so they're more durable to hits, you know, whatever we can make out of that. I believe right now we have only baseliners and I think 2 pigmen. The big problem I have is that's a lot of high energy equipment we need that I need to increase our energy yield to do. And we're kind of on the limit of what I could do until I get more stuff captured in here. Because we are gaining bioferrite, but not at any particularly meaningful rate. Please tell me you're not sitting in rot stink. Come on, man. Here, I'm intervening. Let's get this out of here. So no one's dying of rot stink. Cool. So everyone just took a turn, grabbed a corpse, and got out of there. We still got a bunch of corpses down here, a bunch of corpses down here. We've been getting hit with a bunch of raids. We've been handling them relatively well, which is good news. And we also have a couple places here to deal with. Alright, with all that said, though, we are in the ad break, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is, for those who are watching on YouTube and TikTok, well, TikTok's fine, but those watching on YouTube, we are going to be switching categories. Since YouTube doesn't handle that well, that does mean I need to take down and put back up the stream. So it is going to be a thing that the stream will be going down for YouTube. Over here on Twitch, Hangout, we're going to go ahead and switch games. We're going to be checking out a game called Go-Go Town, which is a city builder where you like collect resources and craft it. It's a little on the cutesy side, but we'll check it out, see what we think, see if it's any good. If it's good, we play more of it. If it's not, well, then we don't. But it is a good thing. I do understand for if there are people who are like, you know, just really not into anything but RimWorld. You got your Randy tattoo. You've mixed it with Product Zomboid and Invader Zim and everything else. I understand. It's cool. That's fine. I acknowledge it and I understand. RimWorld will be back. Don't worry about that. But what we are going to be doing, though, is getting everything switched over, because I usually will play more than one game a night and all that good stuff. It just keeps things fresh for me so I don't burn